or any meeting without those ever important lists of housekeeping items. And I know the screen in front of you kind of shares those with you visually. But we would just ask today that you not use the raise your hand button, just as we don't want that to be a distraction to our speakers. We would ask, though, that you use the chat feature at the bottom of your screen for all questions, and we will be reviewing and sharing those questions with presenters at the end of their presentations. We do ask that you stay muted and have your cameras off during the presentations to avoid any distractions. However, there may be times where we're going to ask you to come on screen or unmute, and you can just do that from the comfort of your home or office or wherever you are today. We would ask, though, if you could take just a minute or a second or two to edit your name on the screen by hovering over your picture and right-clicking, and you will see the option to rename yourself. And if you would just put in your first and last name, I know there's a character limit, so I'm not sure if you'll be able to add your company name, but if you could at least put first and last, and if you want to put company, that's fine. It would just help us if we need to call upon anyone, and we do have some time in the program a little later where we're going to do that. We do have 2 15-minute breaks today, so that's a time to get up, stretch, use the facilities, and we hope that you were able to take advantage of the networking beforehand. And if you want to network during, you can go to the chat feature and you can communicate with individuals privately. If you hit the everyone, then you're going to be chatting with everyone. So just know that that is available to you if that's something you would want to do during the meeting. Again, if we call upon you, we just ask that you unmute your microphone and also take your camera off the hidden feature so we can see and talk with you. So I think that's it for the housekeeping items. So let's get started. So on behalf of Governor Eric Holcomb, Commissioner Piggott, and myself and our team at IDEM, I'd like to welcome you to our virtual meeting of our Environmental Stewardship Program. And this would be the time where everyone would applause loudly, right? No, we're really glad you're here. The Environmental Stewardship Program is a voluntary, performance-based leadership program designed to recognize and reward Indiana-regulated entities for going above and beyond during current environmental regulations. And it's those of you that have stepped up, stepped out, and have said, I'm going to do more than what's being asked of me from the regulator community. This program in Indiana has been active since 2007, and I know several of you have been a part of our group that entire time. We currently have 55 businesses that are members of the Environmental Stewardship Program, and in 2019 and 2020, through the years 2019 and 2020, and in this unprecedented year, the word that's used over and over and overused, right, unprecedented, we were able to welcome 2 new members, of which you're going to hear from in just a few moments. Added to our Environmental Stewardship Program portfolio is Cummins Incorporated and the Caterpillar Lafayette Engine Center. So just to tell you just a snippet of each of those organizations, and then I'm going to call upon their spokespersons that are with us today to come on screen and join us. First is Cummins. The Seymour engine plant is based out of Seymour, Indiana, just south on Interstate 65, south of Indianapolis. And this is the plant that produces and provides research and development to and on high horsepower diesel and natural gas engines. And so today with us, we have Tyler Hudson, who is their ESP environmental representative. We also are excited that we have Caterpillar Lafayette Engine Center, who are being inducted as well. This particular facility is based out of Lafayette, Indiana, and they manufacture the 3500 and 3600 series diesel and natural gas engines. And Justin Kohler is their ESP environmental representative today. So I would love at this time to have both Cummins and Caterpillar say a few words about their processes, share why they chose to become ESP members, and what environmental initiatives or improvements they're pursuing in their operations. So we'll go one by one, and we'll start with Tyler. So Tyler, if you could come on screen, unmute your microphone, and take your camera so we can see your face, hopefully, or wherever you're located, and we'll have you start. Tyler. Maybe I should see if Tyler is on. I don't see Tyler. Let's move to Justin with Caterpillar. I know I was in a breakout session with him earlier, so I know he's prepared to share some background. So Justin, we'll let you turn your camera on and share information. So thanks for being here today.
All right, can you hear me all right?
We can.
All right, well, I appreciate you letting me share a couple of things today. So like Julia said, we manufacture the 3500, 3600 engines. We have a C175 and a couple of smaller engines. We support data centers, things like that, electric power, a lot of backup power, and a lot of different industries with the engines that we make. So we have a really robust environmental program. One of the things that I love the most about Caterpillar Lafayette is that you have a culture that really wants to do the right thing in all cases. So we have all processes in place to make sure that we're doing the right things with our waste, that we're minimizing, the emissions that we put out of our facility. And anytime there can be some sort of improvement or, anything we can do to be a little bit more green and do the right thing, we make sure we do that. And I'd have to really give it to our upper management and our leadership that it takes real buy-in, as you can imagine, when you do capital projects and things like that, that might not necessarily be directed, directly towards production, but it takes money to do the right things, even if it, doesn't really affect those types of activities. So, and what we found out is, the more environmental friendly activities you do, it does affect your bottom line in a very positive way, and that's something I've seen over and over in the past few years. So some of the environmental initiatives that we've had, and just the past couple years, we just recently put in our own solvent still. So we still use some solvents in our painting processes. And last year, I believe we sent out about 120,000 pounds of solvent to be reclaimed, reclaimed for us. And what we've done now is installed this solvent still to take all that solvent off the road, and we're actually reclaiming it at our own facility now. So we're really excited about that. We've been working with Purdue some graduate students there on a semester basis to come in and also help identify some opportunities surrounding water reuse, Industry 4.0 technologies that can really help out with your environmental footprint. So we work directly with them on a semester by semester basis to come in and identify those opportunities. Just recently, in the past year, we installed a wood auger. So we have, a big problem and an issue that a lot of facilities have to deal with is packaging, and we have a lot of wood packaging that comes with our engines and engine components. So we installed a wood auger to decrease the loads of wood that we have going out of the facility. So we used to have about 2 roll-offs and 40-yard roll-offs a day leaving the facility just full of wood. And so we were able to make that process a lot more efficient by grinding up that wood, and we have it in 40-yard compactors now. So we've gone from 10 loads a week to maybe 2, taking all those trucks off the street. Our wood goes to Covanta for, beneficial reuse. We also we started composting a lot of our wood product that was not able to go through our wood auger and things like that. So a lot of positive activity going on at our facility in the last year. We've got a couple more things on the plate for this coming year too. So outside of that, I think that's all I have. I just wanted to say thanks for letting me talk and about our facility and all the good things that we're doing, and I am looking forward to enjoying the day.
Thanks, Justin. Appreciate your time, and thanks for that information that maybe other organizations can use as well. I know Tyler was able to come online, so Tyler Hudson with Cummins. Tyler, we just asked that if you just share a brief overview of your operation and things you're working on and why you have chosen to become an ESP member. Tyler, are you there? Tyler, can you hear me? Okay. Justin, okay. We're just going to move on, and if we have time in the program, we will come back and hear from Tyler. But again, we want to congratulate both Cummins and Caterpillar for taking it upon themselves to become ESP members. So as all of you,
Tyler said he's having technical difficulties.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll maybe figure out a time later in the program. So thank you. Mm-hmm. So as you all know, every year, the ESP members send in their annual performance reports, and those APRs really help us identify and are able to report out on the kinds of pollution prevention reduction projects that are happening. And the slide that you have in front of you really showcases those 2019 ESP member environmental achievements. And it's because of your proactive steps that you have taken back in your businesses and facilities across Indiana that are helping to drive those environmental improvements across our state. Our 53 members of the ESP program have done this in 2019. We've reduced water usage by over 87 million gallons, which is equivalent. I'm all about equivalency as staff at IDEM know. I like to be able to visualize it. That's about the amount of water to fill 132 Olympic-sized swimming pools. So kudos on water reduction. Also, when we look at the reduction of solid waste that's been processed and moved out, is almost 8 million pounds, or about the equivalent weight of 655 adult African elephants. So kudos, keep up the great work. Also, we've saved, you have saved enough electricity and natural gas power to power 4,666 Indiana homes every year. Our members, you have increased your recycling by almost 2 million pounds, equivalent to the weight of 335 full-sized passenger trucks. So that's pretty incredible when you stop back and you would visualize that many trucks and the amount of waste that we have saved through recycling. And as we think about public health issues, right? We have reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 2,515 metric tons, which is equivalent to 543 passenger vehicles that we have taken off the road. So really, the work that you have done is yeoman, and it does not go unnoticed. And we certainly appreciate your outstanding efforts and commitment to pollution prevention efforts in Indiana, which have helped us achieve these kinds of numbers. So as we move forward, it is my pleasure now to introduce to you a colleague, Angela Taylor. Angela is our IDEM Compliance and Technical Assistance Program, or CTAP, as many of you know it. She is our small business liaison and our regulatory coordinator. She is our go-to on monitoring and staying updated with IDEM's regulatory updates. And we heard from many of you as we were putting together today's program about what you would like to hear. And we heard loud and clear that this is the kind of update that you would like. So without further delay, I would just ask that you help me welcome Angela Taylor to our virtual meeting. And she will share with you some updates, and then we'll have questions and answer time afterwards. So Angela, take it away. Thanks for bearing with us in this transition. We appreciate it.
Can you hear me and see me?
I think we're good, Angela.
Excellent. Well, I am so happy to be here with all of you, and so proud of everything that you have done and to be a part of it. And I really enjoyed talking with everyone this morning. Let me share my screen here. All right. Hopefully you guys can see my slides. If we have any trouble, I'll just apologize in advance. Know that those of you that know me well know that I have put a lot of content in here, and I'm not going to read it all, but I put it together knowing that you guys will all have a copy of it and that it will be posted online to the ESP website for your use at any time you find it appropriate. All right, so here is my contact information. Definitely reach out to me at any time. And as most of you know, I am with IDEM's Compliance and Technical Assistance Program. And here are the my colleagues and their assigned areas within the state. So feel free to reach out to the representative staff that is in your area if you have any questions. And I'm going to start today with what's been going on at IDEM. So we're all feeling the COVID-19 effects, but we have remained extremely productive. Staff have predominantly been working remotely, but that has not compromised our efforts to protect human health and the environment. We have not relaxed any policies, nor has the agency issued any broad-based waivers from meeting regulatory requirements. I do ask that you take advantage of the subscription option to the IDEM COVID-19 updates to get the latest information related to office visitation restrictions, compliance inspections, electronic submittals to the agency, public notice practices, enforcement discretion, extension of submission deadlines, and specific regulation waivers. We have had a lot of staffing changes, and I only listed a few of our higher level positions where staff has retired or bid us farewell. Keith Bogus, the Office of Air Quality Assistant Commissioner, has retired, and IDEM is currently interviewing for his position. Bruce Ortle of the Office of Land Quality Remediation Branch Chief, he is retiring. And then Rebecca Yaniskin, the Office of Land Quality Permits Branch Chief, she has moved on to Purdue University. I think she's with the State Poultry Association and has taken that position. So we are sad to see these wonderful staff leave, but wishing them well and opening up to the next generation. We have been busy with conducting a lot of upgrades to IDEM resources and e-services. Many of the existing platforms have been upgraded, updated, and linked together. And we also have a lot of new web pages and additional e-services online. I'm going to go through some of those with you so that you can take advantage. So we have two systems. One's called IDEM Resources and one's called e-Services. And the IDEM Resources, you can see the icon here. You can click on any one of these widgets, and each one of those is listed to the right of that so that you can read them, because I know that this might be small for you guys to see. And then the e-Services, I listed out the ones that are on that portal that are not duplicative. So there are about 6 more that are on there, but they're duplicated in the IDEM Resources.
Excuse me, Angela, just a second. Your microphone is buzzing, so I'm wondering if you could just either back off from the microphone or change that for us. It's a little distracting.
Okay, is this any better?
I can't tell if you're not speaking, so it was
okay. Please just alert me again if it continues.
It is continuing, so maybe take those headphones. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Can you hear me now?
Sounds great.
Excellent. All right. Apologies, it's my first presentation with the headphones, so I'm used to projecting my voice, and apparently that's not going to work with those headphones. All right, so the one I'm most excited to share with you today is that IDEM has launched a new Compliance and Technical Assistance Program online portal, and it is through Access Indiana. And this is a secure online system that is going to make it a lot easier for businesses and various other organizations to request confidential assistance from us. You can create a secure account and submit confidential requests directly. And you can request site assessments. You can communicate with us and track all of your interactions with CTAP staff, regardless of which one of us you're working with. And you can invite collaborators within your company or your designated consultants or attorneys, whomever you want to grant access to view the CTAP request and recommendations. And you can do that as a per request basis. So if you're working with an external party just on one topic, if you grant them access, it doesn't just automatically grant them access to everything. It's inquiry specific. And then you can provide feedback to CTAP staff through a couple surveys that are automatically generated so that we can continue to improve how we serve you. We're very, very excited about this, and Jennifer Collins, who was just on, has worked diligently and just gone above and beyond working on creating this portal. So thank you to Jennifer and all of the support team. This is an amazing feat, and we are very, very proud of it. It is new, so we're still working out, some of the nuances. So definitely be patient with us as we go through it. But we strongly encourage you to click on the portal link and create an account and start working with us. So Access Indiana, you can see here, there are several available services, and this is one of the governor's initiatives, is to help the state become more accessible and linking things to streamline the work that you have to do to connect with any one of us. So you can see there's lots of different available services here, and it's growing every week. I'm seeing something new. You can access our portal either through the Access Indiana or in.gov website or on the IDEM resources. So I've circled over here the widget that you'll click on, and you'll get to this screen here that gives you the disclaimer about the portal. It is 100% confidential and protected, and if you have questions, you can click on the CTAP webpage and view a user guide, and Jennifer's put together some demonstration videos, and we also have one staff that is assigned to technical support and will get correspondence immediately from you if you submit any technical issues. A couple of the other IDEM resources that I find invaluable and want to share with you are the next two I'm going to talk about. This one is the Permit and Authorization Status Search. You can click on this widget to the far right under the IDEM resources, and this list is all the different authorization types that can be found through this status search. And it is amazing. I use this a lot, and you can search by facility or by authorization type. You can search by NAICS code if you want to see approvals for similar industries, or maybe a business that it has equipment that you're thinking about adding, to see how it was regulated and treated from the various program areas. So this is just an invaluable resource, and I use it all the time. So I encourage you to take advantage. And then we have the Regulatory Services Portal. And so this is part of the My IDEM online experience, and it was recently upgraded. And it is another secure web services portal that allows IDEM customers to submit data, and permit or regulatory requirements can be met through this. The functionality of these services can range from permit application submission to online certification programs, and it's being updated frequently. So check back for additional features and services. Right now, there are 2 services available, but like I said, they're being added to on a regular basis. But the 2 that are available are the industrial stormwater discharges. And so this is Rule 6 for stormwater, and this does require creating an Indiana electronic subscribers agreement in order to use that. And then the underground storage tank operator training, and that doesn't require one of those agreements, but both have been upgraded for functionality. In our item E services, we have a new asbestos license renewal web tutorial, and it's a video training series, and asbestos licensed contractors or individuals can use this service to get their renewal license online. So you can see a couple of the screenshots there, and that is amazing. I've heard it's really easy to use. We have the DieselWise Indiana portal, which is designed to provide available funding information and electronic submittal of applications, fleet inventories, and reimbursement requests. And I'm going to talk about this program a little bit more later, but this has also been upgraded. And then we have our leads. This provides access to near real-time data from Indiana's continuous air monitoring network and semi-annual non-continuous monitoring data. Approximately 90% of Indiana's air monitoring network is now available via this system, and you can see on the screenshot here where those monitors are located, and you can click on any one of them and get nearly real-time data and assess the air quality in your area around your business or your home. We have the Net DMR, which many of you are probably familiar with. I just wanted to highlight that if anyone is new to that program, getting an NPDES permit, this is what you use to electronically sign and submit your discharge monitoring reports. And then we have the item the regulatory e-portal, and this is permitting, compliance management, and public data search tool for the item stormwater construction activity program, Rule 5. And you can use this system to apply for permits, manage your permits, pay your fees, apply for renewals, and submit any required reports. And it has an excellent site map associated with it, so you can literally see anyone who is currently holding a Rule 5 permit, see where they're operating. We also have 2 new web pages that are very exciting. They are spill response web pages. Our ERS team has put together one page that helps you select a spill contractor, and you can see some of the options on the left here that you'll find on that page is guidance on how to select a spill contractor, what you need to do, what kind of questions you need to ask them for your pre-planning, and a bunch of additional resources to assist with the identification of other reporting obligations that you may have if you experience a spill or release. And then they've also created a spill contractor map, which you can see over to the right of the screen. And it is brand new, so it's going to grow as far as the contractors that are listed. Contractors can sign up, and this map is going to show contractors who have indicated that they maintain 24-hour spill response capabilities and that they use in-house personnel and equipment to respond to emergency spills within Indiana. So this is absolutely an excellent tool for your prevention plans, and very excited about this. And on the topic of spills, prevention, preparedness, and waste disposal, my colleague Tracy Barnes worked with the ERS on-scene coordinators to put together a mini E101 training event on November 19th. And they had approximately a 2-hour Zoom webinar, and the ERS staff covered spill response planning, notifications, and reporting, and then contractor selection. And then Tracy discussed spill waste management and went over solid and hazardous waste determinations, and then proper disposal measures for various spill-related wastes. Then they sat together for a joint Q&A session, and this was recorded, and it will be posted to our E101 page on the CTAP site very soon, probably by next week. One of the best opportunities that is out right now, a P2 opportunity that I'm sure many of you are aware of, is the waste audit. It's an excellent opportunity. It's a partnership from the EPA, IDEM, and Purdue University, where 15 Indiana manufacturers can receive the waste stream mapping assessments conducted by the Purdue MEP at a significantly reduced cost. Participating facilities can also receive an additional 40 hours of follow-up technical assistance through Purdue's Faculty Assistance Program, and participating facilities can then apply for seed grant money from IDEM for project implementation. I'm not going to read all of these, but I've listed out the eligibility, the services that are going to be offered, what the cost is as far as matching funds, and then information about the technical assistance and the seed grants that are available. And if you are interested in this, you can apply online. And if you have any questions, you can contact Kelly Weger. And I believe we have 9 spots left. 6 businesses have already signed up and been approved. So hurry up and get involved if you are interested. This is an excellent opportunity. I've put this slide together to give you kind of a one-stop shop for resources for rule, policy, and notices through IDEM. So I'm not going to read all of these, but I put them together so that you can take this slide and click on any one of these links and get the crucial information that you might be seeking. The Environmental Rules Board has been hosting meetings online, and if you are interested in participating in a public meeting, public hearing, or just observing one of the Environmental Rules Board meetings, you can click on this Zoom link, and this is all the information you need to connect, and it is happening through Zoom. And our next tentative date is February 10th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. So definitely take advantage of that. This is a tentative agenda for that next meeting. On the right-hand side, what rules are going to be evaluated and what their status is. And then on the left, I've put together a summary of the last meeting, which was November 18th, and the status of those rules. That was a very busy meeting, and you can see that Vigo County SO2 redesignation and Lake and Porter ozone reclassification emergency rule was adopted, and the Marion County SO2 redesignation emergency rule was adopted. Arsler Middle and NIPSCO SO2 revisions were adopted, and then preliminary adoption for our hazardous waste financial assurance, the NOx emission monitoring rule, metals criteria for the Office of Water Quality, and then final adoption for cold cleaner degreasing alternatives, the pharmaceuticals and other hazardous waste updates, and then the air permit fee updates. Those with a star on the right, those become effective in March of 2021. So Jean Fix sent you all a survey asking what you were interested in knowing more about, and the highest rated response was hazardous waste regulation updates and specifically episodic generation. And so I'm going to talk in detail about episodic generation, and this slide is just kind of a review of some of the notable process changes that have occurred since IDEM adopted the amendments to 329 IAC 3.1, which are the hazardous waste generator improvement rule in corporations. So be mindful that IDEM is no longer accepting paper forms. All submissions are electronic through EPA's RCRA info portal, and you have to sign up through My RCRA Aid. And IDEM is now requiring both large quantity generators and small quantity generators to use Form GM for submission of their reports through the biennial report application. And then for large quantity generators, fees are now assessed by June 1st annually, and invoices sent out July 1st. And so this is going to reflect quantities that were actually reported rather than estimates for the year. So this is just a summary of who must file and which report must be submitted to try to clarify that for you. So if you have to submit an annual manifest, you're still going to use the biennial report, and sometimes that can seem a little bit confusing. How am I on time? Let me see. I think
About 15 minutes.
okay. Excellent. All right, so I just wanted to provide a little bit of a review about the hazardous waste generator categories. And I'm not going to go through all this, but I've put this together to give you kind of a summary of the threshold quantity limits and then some of the major requirements that you would have under the different generator categories. And this is just a visual, because I'm a visual person. I added this slide just to kind of give you an idea of how to correlate those values in real life. How much hazardous waste do you have if you have liquid in a drum? And I've always liked these pictures, so I wanted to share those with you. And now the details about episodic generation. So the provisions in Part 262 Subpart L allow very small quantity generators and small quantity generators to maintain their existing generator category in the event of an episodic generation activity. Generators do not have to count the hazardous waste managed as part of an episodic event when making their monthly generator category determination. So this is one of the great relief benefits that were resulted from this improvement rule. So I've defined what an episodic event is, and that's basically activities, either planned or unplanned, that do not normally occur during generator operations, but they result in an increase in the generation of hazardous wastes that would make the source exceed the calendar month quantity limits for the generator's usual category. So a planned episodic event is one that the generator has prepared for and can include like regular maintenance activities, tank cleanouts, short-term projects, or removal of excess chemical inventory, and that's not an exhaustive list. And unplanned episodic events are going to be things like accidental spills or acts of nature that you have no control over and you were not planning for. So the applicability is for very small quantity generators and small quantity generators. Large quantity generators are not eligible for this exclusion. And I've gone through all the specifics that are required in order to exercise this exclusion. So the notification requirements for a planned episodic event and also for an unplanned episodic event. Both are going to employ the EPA form 8700-12. And if it's an unplanned event, you're going to have to notify IDEM within 72 hours of the event by phone, email, or fax, and then follow up with the submittal of that form. I've listed out what the required notification components are, And I'm not going to read through those, but they're there for your information. And then I put together this timeline to give you kind of a one-stop shop overview of the time frames, because time frames are extremely important, and what rule provisions must be complied with in order to exercise this provision properly. So you've got to have an EPA ID number. So if the generator does not already have one, many VSQGs do not already have an EPA ID number. You must obtain one through the Form 8700-12, and you'll automatically be assigned an EPA ID number if you submit this site form. But you can obtain an EPA ID number anytime in advance, even if you're never going to use it. So you can click on any of these links here for guidance on how to obtain that ID number and how to work through RCRA info and sign in. There's also a provisional RCRA hazardous waste identification number option for limited situations. Spills of acute hazardous waste on interstate, federal, state, county, or local highways. But the one that would be most appropriate for you guys would be the acute situation that may pose immediate threat to human health or the environment. And the information on how to obtain that number is listed below. You can click on this link, and then if necessary, contact Matthew Peterschmidt of the Office of Land Quality directly. So this is a summary that I put together showing the on-site accumulation values for both VSQG and SQG, and the provisions that they have to comply with under this exclusion. So marking the containers and labeling them with episodic hazardous waste, and the characteristics of the waste, the date that the episodic event began, and it has to be clearly visible for inspection on each container. And then SQGs have to comply with the provisions under 262.16B2, which they're already should be complying with, related to the containers that the waste is placed in. And then VSQGs must be utilizing containers that are in good condition, that are compatible with the waste being stored, and are kept closed except to add or remove the waste. And then if you're going to store in tanks, I mislisted this here. I'm seeing a typo. If it's stored in tanks, the bottom portion of this chart is applicable, and it's very, very similar to the containers, but you do have to keep inventory logs or records with all of the above information on site and readily available upon inspection. Can't get this stuff. There we go. So the time frames, both very small quantity generators and small quantity generators have to manifest the waste and get it off site within 60 calendar days from the start of the event. Now, SQGs do have the alternate option of treating hazardous waste that's generated through an episodic event on site within this same 60-day time frame. Treatment is not allowed for VSQGs unless it's elementary neutralization unit. That's the only available option for VSQGs, but SQGs can do tank or container treatment on site. Episodic event activities. Each generator is limited to one episodic event per calendar year unless a petition is granted, and I'll go over that in just a moment. A generator can start and complete multiple projects, for example, small demolition project, a tank clean out, and removal of excess chemicals like for inventory, at different dates within the same 60-day time limit, as long as all the projects are completed within the 60-day time period, and they're all identified on the initial notification. And so under this scenario, all hazardous waste generated would be considered part of the same episodic event. And so this is a really great opportunity to get several things done in one event. Record keeping must be maintained for 3 years from the end date of the episodic event. And oh shoot, I don't know what happened there. It has to be made readily available upon inspection, and I've listed out everything that needs to be kept within those records. A note, basically, if you keep a copy of the notification form and the hazardous waste manifest, that's going to cover most of the required elements. So if you need to petition for a second episodic event, you can do so. But if you have had a planned episodic event in the calendar year, you can only petition for an additional unplanned episodic event, and that would need to be submitted within 72 hours of the unplanned event. If you have already had an unplanned event, then you can petition for an additional planned episodic event anytime within that calendar year. The petition must be submitted to IDEM in writing, and it can be either printed or electronically. If you need a petition for a second event, this is the information that you would need to include, and the generator must retain the written approval in its records, again, for 3 years from the date the episodic event ended. And then if a source fails to meet the conditions for this exclusion, the generator automatically reverts to the appropriate generator category, which is going to be a higher category. But one of the very scary things is if they do not meet the requirements, a VSQG exemption will be lost, and they become the operator of a non-exempt storage facility, which requires a permit from IDEM, unless that source can also immediately comply with all of the conditions for an exemption for an SQG or an LQG. And same, if an SQG fails to meet the conditions, they could be treated as a non-exempt storage facility if they can't comply immediately with all of the exemption criteria for an LQG.
Hey, Angela, I know you have a lot of material, but we do have some questions, so I want to be able to get to those and get to the break. So if you can wrap up in the next few seconds, and so we can go to the questions, if that's possible.
Absolutely. So I'm just going to quickly click through some of these slides so you know what is ahead, and then you guys can access this a little bit later. So I put together some important reminders about waste determinations and how they apply to episodic generation, what could qualify as an episodic event and what doesn't, because not everything does. And you can see there's a couple maybes here and some tips. I did want to mention that currently Office of Land Quality inspections of generators that have been utilizing episodic events have resulted in a high rate of non-compliance, mostly due to event ineligibility or generators not meeting the specified timeframes. So I've put together some tips of what you can do to avoid that and some advice from CTAP staff. And then these are all examples of different scenarios to give you an understanding of how to utilize that. And then I've put together some information about some P2 financial resources for businesses. This is about the DieselWise program and the Volkswagen Mitigation Trust. They're getting ready to open round 3 for both of those. And then this is just an additional resource for some financial P2 resources for businesses, and then finally some recycling resources for Indiana businesses that I'm sure Allison will talk about a little more, some of these, but a lot of these have really great opportunities for businesses. And I was speaking with someone earlier about composting, and then I just heard one of our newest members talking about it. And this map over here will show you all the different haulers that can come to your business and pick up your food waste. So I am ready for questions. And
yeah, Angela, we've had a couple questions come in through the chat. So the first question is, do you have a quick update on the new aerosol can universal waste rule in Indiana due to the fact the EPA has changed the rulemaking? So thoughts on that?
Yeah, that has been put on hold. Let me find that real quick for you. I think that is one of the ones we had slated for the February meeting that just got removed. Our rules section chief just sent out an update, and I'm pretty sure that's the one that was removed. Oh, no. The pharmaceuticals and other hazardous waste updates, I'm sorry, that was final adopted at the November 18th meeting and is scheduled to be effective March of 2021. So no, I do not know if the recent events are going to impact the effective date of that, but I will certainly get in touch with our rules staff and have them weigh in on it, and I can follow up and have Jean send that response out.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. And then another question, would an unplanned event include the loss of businesses resulting in obsolete raw materials? I think in your presentation you talked about that particular issue. That question is from Derek Stratton.
So when you say obsolete, meaning that it has expired or it's been recalled or you're just not going to use it anymore. Either way, regardless of the circumstance, if you are deeming it as waste, then yes, it could qualify. And if you go through some of the examples that I put together for you, I don't know if I'm still screen sharing or not.
Yes, you are. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry about that. So you're seeing a different view. I don't know how to stop it. Let me see here. So one of the topics that's covered is about different inventory, raw materials, and what could qualify, and especially if you just made that determination. So you can't use the episodic exclusion if you've known for 2 years that you were never going to use this and you deemed it waste at that point. But the moment that you decide that it's going to be hazardous waste, you have no way to utilize it or sell it or return it to the supplier, then that would be the date that you could apply for the episodic event and gather all those materials. I do encourage you, if you're gonna have to do that, see if there's any other items like maintenance or clean outs that you could do simultaneously, so that if you're going to exercise that one planned event option for the year, that you can maximize it.
Great. Well, thank you, Angela. Thanks for your broad and in-depth presentation. Again, this material will be available to you following today's program. And Angela's contact information is available, so you're always able to reach out to her individually. We're going to move to a break, and It probably may be a 13-minute break, trying just to stay on task and online. And we're really excited that as you come back, you're going to hear from our IDEM commissioner, Bruno Piggott. So get up, stretch, and we will see you back here at 10:15. Thanks. Well, welcome back, everybody. Hope it was a nice break for you from away from the screen for a few moments. It is now my pleasure to introduce to you someone who probably needs no introduction. Bruno Piggott is our Commissioner of the Indiana Department of Environmental Management and has been in that role since Governor Holcomb appointed him in 2017. Commissioner Piggott has worked at the agency since 2000, and in 2016, he served as Chief of Staff. From April of 2005 through August of 2015, Mr. Piggott worked as the Assistant Commissioner in the Office of Water Quality. And prior to 2005, he served in various positions in the Office of Water Quality, including the Chief of the Permits Branch, the Compliance Branch, and the State Revolving Fund Section. He received his master's degree from Indiana's University School of Public Environmental Affairs and his bachelor's degree from the state north of us at a college that wears a lot of green, Michigan State. I know you will enjoy Commissioner Piggott's presentation. And so at this time, Bruno, you can turn on your screen, share your presentation, and take it away.
Julia, I can't share my video. It says, oh, there it is. Okay, great. Well, thank you, Julia, for that introduction. I do want to say that school north of us is Michigan State University.
It just couldn't come out, Bruno.
Yeah, I know people from Purdue and IU have a difficult time saying those words, but it's a great school. Michigan State, for those basketball fans out there, played Duke just the other night and soundly beat them. I'm very excited about this season, and I hope to crack the starting lineup. It's amazing that I'm able to make it to this presentation today because I'm supposed to be at practice with Coach Izzo, but he gave me a pass and said, you know what, ESP is a super important. Indiana's leading the way in terms of everything. And so go ahead, Bruno, you can go attend the ESP meeting. And so I'm grateful. Thanks, Coach Izzo, for your understanding and promotion of ESP, even though you're in Michigan. Good morning, everybody. I'm so excited for this conference, and mostly because I see so many of our great employees here and our friends as well. Ben McKnight, Craig Henry, Steve Galvanet are just a few of the great people that we've had working with us as partners in pollution prevention and promoting environmental stewardship. I just want to say thanks to Julia, but also to Pat Daniel, to Angela Taylor, Jennifer Collins. I want to say great work to Jean Fix, who's helped me along in these presentations, and Jacob Schmicker and Krista McKenna. Just a great number of staff. Deanna Garner's on, and I want to thank her. Tom Lee's a good friend. All of you guys are doing a great job here at IDEM, working to ensure that we manage all sides of our responsibilities, not only the regulatory aspect, but also the promotion of pollution prevention and environmental stewardship throughout the state of Indiana. I am so happy to speak with all of you folks today. I will be sharing my screen. I do want to say first, I'm really thankful that the election's over. You know, it seems so, it seemed so dark and so unhappy, that period of time where the election coverage was happening, and both running up to the election day and post-election day. And I can remember thinking, I can't wait for this to be over, because typically I see people as three-dimensional people, but when you only look at people through the lens of their political beliefs, you see a different person. And I don't think it's a full perspective on who they are or what they care about. And when we know more about these people who vote with us or against us, in different, or for some other candidates, we sometimes forget that these people are just good people that are oftentimes working alongside us to do the right thing. So I'm glad that we're through that process and talking more about, well, what is it that we can do together to better our communities and our environment? And really, that's the focus of the Environmental Stewardship Program. So today, I'm going to share my screen. It's interesting how we do this stuff. I hope that I hope I've got my screen on. Can you all hold on just a second? Let me see if I can. I'm going to get this started. There we go. Can you all see that screen?
Yes.
Okay, good. And
You just maybe want to put it in presentation mode.
I will indeed.
Okay.
I just wanted to start there because it's useful to know that it's working. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about how public policy, regulation, and, important this group, incentives propel environmental progress. I think it's important to take a look at all three of these things to understand how we make improvements to the environment and the place that the Environmental Stewardship Program is in all of these three different areas. You know, the framework for environmental improvements was established really when the modern environmental policy movement began in the 1960s and into the 1970s. 1960s, especially in 1969, the National Environmental Policy Act was passed. And in the 70s, a great deal of progress was made. And here's what's interesting to me. You all know that the regulations and laws that were passed were actually passed under Republican administrations and under specifically the administration of Richard Nixon. We can argue about how supportive the Nixon administration was or not, but there seemed to be agreement both with Democrats and Republicans that we needed to do something to improve our environment. And they worked together. Congress passed and the president signed the National Environmental Policy Act in '69. In 1970, the Clean Air Act amendments were passed. In 1972, the Clean Water Act was passed. And in 1976, the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act was passed. In 1980, the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act was passed. All of these were bipartisan initiatives. And this is where I'm just so relieved that we're through this particularly divisive election. Because if you look at these laws that were passed, you recognize that it wasn't one party or one effort by a particular side that ensured that these laws were put in place, but it was Republicans and Democrats. And on a day in, day out basis, most of the work that we do, whether we're at a state agency, whether we're at a private business or a municipality, is framed by these acts, these laws, and that it doesn't matter whether the folks who are implementing these laws are Republicans or Democrats. We're all working to ensure that we follow through on the framework for environmental improvements that was established in the 60s and the 70s. And that's important to me. It shows that the modern environmental movement is a movement that's a partnership. And that partnership is not just environmental agencies. It's not just environmental agencies working with municipalities or working with businesses, but everyone. And I find that the most progress we make is when we're all pulling in the same direction. The environmental improvements we make are possible because of companies that are willing not just to meet the standards that are put in place through the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act and RCRA or CERCLA, but when they want to go beyond those. And that's where the work of ESP comes into play. And the other thing that I note is that the work that's done to ensure that we comply with these laws that are fundamental to the progress that's being made is that oftentimes the folks that are working in the companies across the state of Indiana to meet those were former IDEM employees, Craig Henry being one of them, just as one example, and that they're oftentimes at the front lines of environmental improvement, advocating for environmental improvements within their own company. So I recognize, and I know that all of our staff recognize that to make progress, to ensure that we meet the commitments under the modern environmental policy and laws that were made, we need the partnership of our former coworkers, and that really they're our current coworkers working to make environmental improvements around the country, and especially in the companies in Indiana. So that's where the framework was established in our laws. But there's also a push and a pull that goes on in environmental laws. There are factors within the environmental laws that drive environmental improvements, and I call those the pushes. The pushes are our regulations. Our regulations ensure that anybody who has a water discharge or emits pollutants into the air must obtain a permit, and that the permit contains specific requirements. Water discharge permits, known as NPDES permits, contain conditions, and those conditions say you must meet specific limits in your permit, and they're known as technology forcing requirements. And those requirements don't say how you meet them, but require companies and municipalities to put in place technologies that meet those requirements. In addition, there are requirements to clean up contaminations. So regulations that are put in place, I call them the push. They give us a shove and move us in a specific direction to clean up. And those regulations, of course, are based on the fundamental laws in the Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act. But there's a whole nother side to our environmental policy, and that's the pull. I like to say the pull because it's like it helps pull us along to make improvements. You've got the push on the back end, ensuring that we have regulations in place that say, okay, here are the minimum requirements. But also we have a set of incentives that help pull us along to ensure that we do more, not just meet the levels that are in the Clean Air Act and Clean Water Act, but go beyond. And that's really where the Environmental Stewardship Program comes in. The Environmental Stewardship Program provides the incentives for folks to be recognized for the work they do to go beyond the minimum requirements, but it also ensures that there's not just recognition, but there's actual benefits from participating. In addition to those incentives through environmental stewardship programs, there are grants that the agencies agency makes to individuals, whether it's a watershed organization, whether it's somebody else, that helps to ensure that they meet requirements and go beyond just meeting them, especially in places where there may not be regulatory requirements. Let me talk a little bit about the push. The push in water regulations are the NPDES permits, the Safe Drinking Water Act Capacity Development Program that ensures that water systems or systems that like to become public water systems ensure that they have the technical, the managerial, and the financial capacity to actually provide safe and clean water to the citizens of the state. So in the water area, it's your NPDES permits, it's the Safe Drinking Water Act Capacity Development Program. In air, it's our permits that we issue a whole raft of different permits, as well as our compliance programs that ensure not only that we issue permits that have requirements, but also that we go out and check to ensure that facilities are in compliance. And then in land quality, remediation programs really push, especially our state cleanup program that ensures that properties around the state clean up contamination and redevelop pieces of land or help to push for redevelopment of pieces of land. Let me talk a little bit about some of those regulations on the push side. We do have a continued challenges. The National Ambient Air Quality Standards 2008 8-hour ozone standard for Lake and Porter County. You know, here we have many areas of the state in Indiana that actually meet all of the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, but some areas of the state are considered to be out of attainment or in non-attainment with different air quality standards. For the 2008 8-hour ozone standard for Lake and Porter counties, there's a monitor in Illinois that recorded a potential reviolation in June of 2020, and multiple days were impacted by wildfires that might be classified as exceptional events, meaning that the area could continue to be in attainment with the 2008 ozone standard if EPA considers those days which were not in compliance with the standard, if they are considered exceptional events. So US EPA is taking a look at that and could redesignate the area or portions of the area to attainment with air quality standards. And we're waiting EPA's evaluation of that. Another regulatory challenge that we face is coal combustion residuals. Coal combustion residuals are those residuals residual materials that are created when energy companies burn coal. Those residual materials are stored in impoundments. Indiana has 78 surface impoundments in 18 locations around the state, making our state one of the states with the highest number of impoundments in the nation. And energy companies are being required to close many of these impoundments. And our role in that process is to review all the plans for closing them. There are currently 36 units around the state where we're reviewing plans. There are 28 units around the state where we've approved people closing those units. And each impoundment has specific characteristics which mean that we need to individually review the plans for closing them and that affect how those units will be closed. So what are the options for closing those units? One is closing those units in place. That is leaving the materials that were stored in those impoundments in their current place, but sealing off the impoundment, Here, facilities will seek to control and minimize or totally eliminate infiltration of contaminants into waters. And that closure in place means sealing the impoundment and ensuring that we're monitoring to ensure that if there are releases of contaminants from those facilities, that we put in place corrective measures to ensure that any releases are stopped before they leave the facility grounds. Another option for facilities around the state is closure by removal. What does closure by removal mean? It means taking out all those residual materials, decontaminating the impoundment, and filling it with clean fill, sealing it, and then ensuring through monitoring that all groundwater standards are met. Both options require groundwater monitoring, and both closing in place and closure by removal are being pursued by energy companies around the state. This challenge is something that we are working to meet. And as I said, we've got 36 plans that we're reviewing currently. This is a big deal, and it's not only important to ensure that we close them properly, but it's also expensive to close. So there's a lot at stake in terms of ensuring that we're meeting this environmental challenge. So the regulatory push that we've seen through the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, and CERCLA has had challenges. And I've just outlined two of those challenges. But it's also had some environmental outcomes. What are the environmental outcomes through the regulatory process? Well, I'm proud to report that because of these environmental regulatory pushes and requirements, that the environment is cleaner today than at any time since the inception of environmental laws. You know, there's a lot of talk out there that the command and control regulation system just didn't work, and that it's not effective and that we have to do something different. Well, I'm here to report that actually our regulatory pushes have been very successful. And let me talk a little bit about some of those successes. In terms of water, the success can be measured on all sorts of levels. If you look at PCBs, PCB levels in fish have dramatically decreased throughout the state of Indiana. If you look at pesticides like DDT, chloridane, and dieldrin in fish, we've seen a dramatic reduction in those pesticides in fish. And those pesticides are bioaccumulative, so they go up the food chain. So it's really important that we see these reductions, and the reductions that have been put in place have been successful largely because of the regulatory structure. In addition to that, we've seen the dredging of the Grand Calumet River, and that dredging and capping and filling and repairing that river has led to the introduction of reintroduction of fish into that river. And there was a time that if you had the guts to get into a boat in the Grand Calumet River and put your hand in, you might be sorry about that you would pull out, and I've seen pictures of it, just a hand that was coated with black oil. Today, we're seeing the reintroduction of salmon into the river. In addition to that, we've had environmental disasters in the state of Indiana, including the White River fish kill that happened when a company discharged pollutants that happened to kill the wastewater treatment plant, and that led to a dramatic fish kill. The fish kill resulted in a fund and record fines that led to the reintroduction of fish into the White River and have helped to expand the population of fish into the White River. In addition to that, along the White River, we've seen a dramatic reduction of raw sewage from combined sewer communities. As you're probably aware, Indianapolis has been working through Citizens Energy on projects to establish deep rock tunnels under the ground that would temporarily store raw sewage that currently and in the past have been discharged directly to rivers, creeks, and streams, including the White River. So the White River has seen a dramatic improvement because of the dramatic reduction of raw sewage through the combined sewer communities and the recovery of the river after the White River fish kill. Those two have made the White River, again, an area for the flourishing of aquatic life, but also the use of the White River for recreation in the state of Indiana. In addition to that, we've seen the establishment of tighter permit limits for chemicals such as mercury. And mercury in particular has been a real success story. A lot of people, when I first started working at the agency about 20 years ago, I was on a committee of folks that dealt with a mercury variance for big businesses that operated from steel mills to the oil company and BP, for example. The thought at the time was we've got very tight limits for mercury in Northwest Indiana, but there's no way that a company could meet those permit limits. But over time, through the development of new technologies, companies have gotten closer and closer to meeting the extremely tight limits for mercury. And as a result, many of them are very close to not needing a variance from the very tight limits in place. And the environment has less mercury. We used to measure pollution in our waterways in terms of pounds of pollution or tons of it. Today, with the tight mercury limits like mercury, we look at the permit limits in microscopic levels. It's one indication that our regulatory pushes have actually had a great deal of success. Let me talk about the regulatory push in terms of air quality in the state of Indiana. The environment today is, in terms of air quality, is cleaner than at any time since the inception of environmental laws. If you read the newspaper, you might think it's worse than ever before. I've read articles that indicated that air pollutants in areas in southern Indiana and in around air pollution areas are worse and terrible. But the facts are these. Sulfur dioxide levels have been down 93% since 1980. Lead levels have decreased 93% since 1977. Carbon monoxide levels have decreased 79% since 1980. Nitrogen oxide levels have decreased 60% since 1980. PM 2.5 has been down 60% since 1980, and ozone levels have reduced 29% since 1980. And what does that mean? Well, it means a lot both for our economy and for the environment. It means that EPA has been able to redesignate several areas of Indiana to attainment with Clean Air Act standards, and many of them just this year. For example, the US EPA regional administrator from Chicago came to Indianapolis to redesignate the Indianapolis area in attainment for sulfur dioxide just this year. The Muncie area was redesignated into attainment for the 2008 lead standard this year. EPA approved IDEM's demonstration of attainment for parts of Davies and Pike counties for sulfur dioxide this year. And went down to those areas to promote that. In Morgan County has been redesignated for sulfur dioxide just this year. A lot of the reason for these redesignations has been that power companies throughout the state have worked hard to put in place mechanisms that would reduce the pollutants both in their water discharges and from the burning of coal in their facilities. And so it is really important to recognize that the environmental regulatory system has had a very large effect, both in terms of requirements for our businesses and costs, but also has resulted in environmental improvements. And those environmental improvements actually pave the way for economic development in our state. Well, how is that possible? It's possible because when these areas are redesignated into attainment, it means that businesses and communities are able to argue that businesses can come to our state without having the same kind of onerous regulatory processes in place that they had in areas where this state is not in attainment. So being in attainment with our air quality standards is good news for businesses. It allows for expansion and development, which then means more robust communities. So our regulations have led to environmental improvements, but also have meant economic development is possible. So I think if you look back at our regulatory structure and look at the fundamental cornerstones of regulation, we've seen improvements in both air and land quality. I mean, air and water quality. Land quality has been affected as well, as the Superfund program has spent a great deal of money in the state of Indiana to clean up sites to ensure redevelopment in our state. And in our state, we've had 45 different Superfund sites that have, at federal expense, cleaned up areas and allowed them to be redeveloped, revitalizing communities throughout the state of Indiana. Let's talk now about the pull of environmental policy. I like to think of the pull is the incentive, the carrot that is ensured that not only do we meet those standards I've talked about in regulation, but we go beyond them because it makes sense to go beyond them. Regulation, as I've mentioned, has been enormously successful in promoting environmental improvements. Incentives, however, provide these further opportunities for improvements in areas that are not currently regulated or in response to specific problems. Let me give some examples in non-ESP areas. For example, we at IDEM recently received a $520,000 grant from US EPA for our diesel emissions reduction program, which allows us to pass that money through to private individuals to ensure that they can invest in clean diesel engines or alternative engines for heavy-duty vehicles throughout the state of Indiana. In addition to that, if you look at our water area, we've spent years providing grants through what we call our 319 grant program that allows not only for planning for how do we put together groups that can work privately to ensure that our waterways are improved, but also provides money for actual improvements like water buffer zones along waterways in the state of Indiana. And those 319 grants have resulted in real projects on the ground in agricultural areas and urban areas to ensure that our waterways are improved. In addition to that, of course, You all are well aware of our pollution prevention and technical assistance programs in the state of Indiana. Our CTAP program provides technical assistance to individuals, companies that are looking to solve problems they've got at their facility, but don't want to go through the regulatory enforcement process. And who can blame them? They want to figure out what's going on. We provide expertise in our CTAP program for companies to ensure that they can make improvements, but don't have to go through an onerous enforcement program. We also do a great job through our pollution prevention efforts and through our ESP programs and our Clean Cities programs and all of the environmental stewardship programs at the Department of Environmental Management. And what I'm most proud of is that all of those programs are partnerships. It's not IDEM just doing it, it's IDEM partnering with municipalities and businesses to recognize the good work that's above and beyond what they are required to do. Why? Because it's beneficial for those businesses in terms of efficiency, it helps save them money, and it provides for a cleaner environment. And so the pull in environmental policy are these incentives. I'll talk briefly about the VW mitigation settlement. VW mitigation settlement is something you may be aware of. Years ago, VW produced vehicles that had a specific, what they called a defeat device in their pollution control equipment on the car that turned it off in order to be able to advertise that they got better gas mileage. And the Department of Justice and the US government, US EPA, discovered these defeat devices and sued VW. And the Department of Justice settled with VW. VW put together a pot of money that would go to anybody that bought a VW vehicle with these VW defeat devices on them so that they could trade in their car and obtain another VW that had the full pollution control equipment on it. In addition to that, VW provided each state with money, and that money was based on the number of VWs that were sold in the state. In Indiana, we received $41 million. And that $41 million was to be awarded to different projects throughout the state that helped to offset the nitrogen oxide emissions that occurred when VWs were driving around. Indiana has had 2 rounds of funding. We've awarded over 15 of the $41 million to projects that will reduce nitrogen oxide emissions. And those projects included almost 200 diesel buses, trucks, and other equipment that have been working but will be replaced with clean diesel, propane, or electric power equipment. And the variety of awards has been astonishing. We've even replaced the engines on a tugboat. In addition to that, EPA recently announced, as I had mentioned earlier, a $520,000 diesel emissions reduction grant to IDEM that will only further expand the ability of the agency to award money for the purchase of NOx reducing emission vehicles in the state of Indiana. So the VW mitigation settlement is just one of this incentive programs, the pull that helps improve our environmental. The next thing that the VW program will be working on is a statewide electric vehicle charging network. We're really excited about this. There's a committee of people that make decisions regarding how this money is spent. I'm on the committee and a voting member of the committee. We've issued a request for proposals for what we call level 2 charging stations and direct current fast charging stations. Level 2 charging stations, we recently made an award to cities throughout the state for these level 2 charging stations. It takes about 120 minutes, I think actually 210 minutes to charge your electric vehicle through a level 2 charging station, which is why we placed them and awarded proposals for them throughout cities in places like shopping malls and other areas where you're likely to get out of your car and spend a couple hours shopping or doing other work, and you can charge your vehicle. And we're excited that those charging stations are going in around the state. But in addition to that, 90% of the money set aside for electric charging networks is going to fast charging stations. Fast charging stations take a fraction of the time that the level 2 charging stations would take. And what we've done is required applications to be due at the end of this past September. We received a number of applications. We've narrowed them down to 4. And we've seen that the applications have different levels of information. Some applications tell us exactly where these charging stations would be located. Other applications say that there's a number of charging stations, but they haven't decided where they're going to put them. So we're putting out a list of questions for those people who have applied for establishing fast charging stations throughout the state. And we've asked those applications to include information and a strategy for employing them on highest traveled roads throughout the state, including our interstates, including areas where we have high travel roads like US 31 and other areas. So these 4 proposals are out there and will ensure that we get information that will allow us to make a decision for the strategically best way to place these stations throughout Indiana. And we're excited. We think it'll be a transformational project. So I've talked about both the push and the pull of environmental policy. The push is our regulatory structure. The pull is our incentive programs. Today, at this meeting, we're really focused on the pull, the environmental stewardship, the incentivizing to go beyond just the regular part of in meeting our regulatory requirements. There are advantages to both approaches, the push and the pull, the incentives and the regulations. The advantage, of course, is that both together help to ensure environmental progress and makes Indiana a more attractive place to live. In addition to that, the push ensures that we work hard to efficiently issue permits and ensure that continued compliance of businesses with our environmental regulations. If we efficiently issue permits, then there are no permits that are administratively extended. And that's important for businesses to thrive. Why? Because if you have an administratively extended permit, you cannot expand your facility. Your permits must be up to date to be able to do that. And we must issue permits, new permits efficiently, because businesses who are coming into the state to establish a new business want to make sure that they can get their permits in a timely manner. And that's why we've worked to ensure that we don't have any backlog permits and that we issue our permits on time in real time. And we're really proud of that and want to continue that effort. The marriage of regulation and issuing the permits and ensuring compliance with incentives encourages us to work together, not just the agency pushing, but pulling in the same direction to continue improvements across a broad spectrum of activities. And that's why I talked about the election in the first place. I don't think that working at odds with one another actually helps improving our nation in any way. That's why I'm thankful that the election's over and that we're moving on. But it's also my experience of 20 years working in our agency that we at IDEM do not accomplish anything without you pulling alongside of us. We issue regulations, but you are the rubber, where the rubber meets the road. You are where the regulations are put in place and where improvements are actually made. And that's why it's also important to recognize that we need to ensure not only that we meet those regulatory requirements, but that we encourage going beyond them. And that's why our CTAP program is important, because it encourages complying with the regulations we have. And that's why our environmental stewardship program, our P2 programs are vitally important, because it encourages people not only to meet requirements, but work together to find creative ways to do much, much more. And that's why we've made improvements and why we can say today that our environment is cleaner than it's ever been, because we work together, that we're working together to make sure that our environment is a cleaner place, that we work to ensure that there are improvements that go beyond the minimum level of improvements to our environment. So I want to see us continue to work together. We are committed at IDEM to work with you to ensure that our environment is clean and safe, and that we recognize the work that you all are doing to make sure that we are doing even better than we're required. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have for me about the work we're doing, either in the regulatory side or in the pollution prevention side and the environmental stewardship side of things. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions that you may have. And what I'll do is I'm going to take off my screen share, if that's okay.
Thank you, Bruno, very much. We appreciate your presentation. We've asked folks to share any questions in the chat. I guess just to kick us off, my question is, where do you see things moving into the next year? What are going to be some of the biggest challenges over the next several years on environmental policy and regulation, and where do you see IDEM fitting into those?
Well, geez, we've got our hands full with lots of activity. If I were to say what's the hot topic, I would say the hot topic these days is PFAS and PFOA. These are what you call unregulated contaminants. In the drinking water world, there are a number of contaminants that are regulated, but there's a whole world of contaminants that are not currently regulated and that we don't monitor for in our drinking water systems. And PFAS and PFOA are several compounds that are currently not regulated, but we've discovered their existence in the environment. They're really actually beneficial in so many ways. The lining of your waterproof jacket contains PFOA and PFAS, as well as the lining of your microwave popcorn bag. Why? Because the PFOA and PFAS helps to eliminate the leaking of water through your jacket or through your butter through your microwave popcorn bag. And it's also used in firefighting foam. It's used in just so many things. We're only really starting to try to understand, what are the levels of this stuff in the environment? We found high levels in specific places around the country. We are doing work to discover what the levels are in other places around the country. Michigan has really been at the lead in this. Michigan has conducted sampling of all of its drinking water systems. It's found it at military installations and elsewhere. And so we're following Michigan's lead in some ways. We are doing a three-phased approach with our drinking water folks and our land folks to discover what the levels of PFAS and PFOA are in our in the waters that serve our drinking water systems, and then in the finished water around the state as well. We're starting our sampling over 3 phases, over 3 years, starting in January, and we're going to be doing it at different level systems. This year, we're going to focus on systems that are between 3,000 and 10,000 consumers. We'll be sampling the raw and the finished water. Also, the Orsanco is putting in place a sampling system throughout the Ohio River. You know, the Ohio River serves so many states, both industrially and as drinking water sources. And so we're seeking to understand what the levels of PFOA and PFOS are in the ambient water quality in those places. So emerging contaminants is always an issue we're dealing with. PFOA and PFOS have jumped to the top of the list of these areas. We're going to continue to work with our CSO communities around the state to ensure that they're fulfilling the plans that they've promised to implement to reduce the raw sewage around the state. I'd like, you know, companies around the state have been working on resilience issues. I know that Honda and Toyota and Cummins and General Motors and even I think BP and Alcoa and just a whole host of large companies around the country have put in place resilience plans for their companies in terms of how do they deal with climate issues. And I know that communities around the state of Indiana have been working to develop climate action plans. And while climate issues are typically one of those issues that are politically polarizing, you're seeing action on a variety of fronts now. In terms of municipalities, you see the Republican mayor of Evansville put in place a climate action plan, the Democratic mayor of Bloomington putting in place climate action plans. And whether they're Democrats or Republicans, whether they're up north in the middle of the state or down south, they're all working to come up with plans to deal with the impacts of a changing climate. And I think that's important, and we'll see that expand in the future. You know, in terms of the new administration coming on board, I can see that they have put climate at the top of their list. They've appointed a former senator and secretary of state to be one of their point people on climate. I think the president-elect has focused on climate change, has said he would rejoin the Kyoto Protocol and other environmental initiatives. So I see that becoming both in terms of just what companies and municipalities are doing, but also in terms of our regulation that they'll be working. And I'd expect to see some sort of proposals in the future on that. Another issue that's coming up that has been in the mix for a long time in the water arena has been waters of the United States. It's gone through a tortured kind of process. In the Obama administration, they established a rule that dealt with waters. The Trump administration came in and got rid of that rule and put in place recently another waters of the U.S. rule. And I can expect that the Biden administration will revisit that issue as well. So those are just 3 of the big areas. I can see climate, I can see waters, and I can see emerging contaminants being big areas of work in the future.
Great, thanks, Bruno. Another question that's come in, is the clean diesel incentive money geared towards the public or potentially private sector if a company were looking at upgrading some of their fleet vehicles? Can you talk to that?
I believe that the clean diesel program, what we call the DEER program, does provide grants to private sector companies as well as public sector.
Okay, thank you. That is all the questions we have in our queue. I don't know if anyone has any other questions they would like to ask of the commissioner.
One of the other big issues I should just acknowledge for us as an agency, Julia, is our budget. Our budget's been really tight. You know, around the state with the COVID pandemic, people have been working from home. People have been, you know, avoiding restaurants, except nowadays it seems like everybody's going to the restaurant. And COVID is spiking. Anyway, our economy's been hit pretty hard by the pandemic. And as a result, the revenues that are coming into the state are short of what the projections would have had us, would have had in the coffers. And as a result, the governor and his budget people have told each agency that they're expected to hold back 15% of their budget over the next biennium budget. And that's tough for us. We are operating with fewer people today than we were at the beginning of the Holcomb administration. And the Holcomb administration has been very supportive of our agency and has allowed us to hire folks. But with the pandemic and the reduction in revenue, we've all had to take a cut in revenue in order to meet our constitutionally mandated requirement to have a balanced budget. So our CFO and our people have been working hard to find ways to save dollars. And that's not easy. It's not easy because most of our programs are mandated and we are operating with fewer people than we have in the past, which just goes to show that the people we have in our agency are just terrific people. And whether it's Deanna or Jennifer or Tom or Jacob or Julia or Bob Luger or any of these folks, they're working harder today than they ever have before. And I know that you all know that. I know that Craig and Krista McKenna and others have worked at our agency and understand the challenges we face. I would just ask your patience with us as we work with fewer people. We're going to do our job and we're going to do it really well, but we're going to do it with fewer people, which means we're going to have to be more creative and inventive in terms of getting our jobs done.
Great. Another question that's come in, can you talk or do you have any comments on coal emission transport issues?
Well, I expect that'll be an issue that we'll see come up with the next administration as well, as coal is just one of those issues that is constantly with the air emissions, an issue that is at the center of the issues regarding resilience and climate change. So I don't have any specific comments on that today, but I know it's one of the issues we'll be probably working on more frequently in the future, Scott. And I'm interested in your thoughts about it as well. You know, I always feel like we gain so much more from hearing from you all, which is why it'd be great if you guys have thoughts that you'd like us to consider. I'd love to hear them.
Great, Bruno. We do plan a evaluation survey afterwards, and so that kind of feedback on that kind of survey we can certainly elevate and get it to you. So we appreciate your time, Bruno. We know you have a busy day and a couple other presentations today to some other groups, but we know your commitment to the environment. It runs deep with your stellar career with the state of Indiana. No, used to serve on national teams and task forces, and we appreciate your leadership and everything that you do for our state and our country. So thank you so much, Bruno.
Thanks, Julia. You know, honestly, I don't do as much as all of you do. You know, the real leaders are the folks that we're meeting with today. they're the ones that are really making the difference. I think if I weren't here, somebody else would be, and they'd do a fine job. But boy, if you didn't have Craig or Krista or other people working at the industries that that are joining us today, I think we'd really be in a world of hurt. So it's really a big shout out to you guys for all the work you're doing. You make the difference. We are here to be supportive.
Thank you, Bruno. And I think the hashtag we're all using this year is we're in this together, and it certainly is true from the Environmental Stewardship Program and our pollution prevention work that we've done this year. And we just appreciate your support. So thank you for joining us. We're going to move on to our next presentation. But
wait, Julie, I've got 15, 20 more minutes to speak, don't I?
If you would like, we will yield the time. Okay,
No,
thank you. You're welcome to stay on or jump off, whatever you need to do.
Hey, thanks
Thank
so
you,
much,
Bruno.
you guys. And thanks for everybody's work. Great job out there. I appreciate being a part of it.
Great. Thank you. So now we're going to move on to 4 of the colleagues that I work with every day. Truly hardworking public servants who care about the environment and specifically about recycling here in our state of Indiana. They will each take some time to share with you the recycling initiatives that we're working on here at IDEM. And then we will actually do a question and answer period at the end. So just as we have with the former speakers, if you have information that you would like some additional information about, just jot that into the group chat and we'll address questions when the presentations. So as we move, we have 4 individuals that are going to speak, and they will be sharing their presentation. First is Allison Taylor. She is our Recycling Outreach Coordinator. We will also hear from Tom Lees, the environmental engineer on our team. We'll hear from Jacob Schmicker, who is the Indiana Electronic Recycling Program Manager, and some work that he has done with his group this year. And then we'll wrap up with Deanna Gardner, who will talk about the Recycling Market Development Program, and she manages that program. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Allison, and we'll take it from there. Allison, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me just share my screen here. Is that now visible?
Not yet.
Not yet.
There you go.
Great.
Just,
okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm so happy to have this chance to speak with you and bring awareness to some of the initiatives that IDEM has to improve recycling in Indiana. And as Julia said, we've got 4 members of the recycling section here today to speak. So I'm going to begin by giving just a super quick overview of what we do, and then I'll let the others dive into their respective programs. So Indiana statutes provide a framework for our recycling initiatives in the state, and these include supporting the state's goal of a 50% recycling rate. And we do that through our data collection and reporting program that Tom Lees manages. We support our solid waste management districts. There are 70 plus of those in the state. Establishment of the Recycling Market Development Program that Deanna will talk about, our Community Recycling Grant Program that we launched last year, and other grant programs, and provisions for education and technical assistance. So IDEM has partners across the state to promote recycling, and some of our current or past projects have included working with the Indianapolis Circular Economy Initiative, a grant that was received jointly through Wabash Heartland Innovation Network and the Indiana Recycling Coalition, Indiana Food Scrap Initiative, or IFSC, increasing recycling at our state government center, and then ongoing education, outreach, and technical assistance to solid waste management districts, schools, municipalities, and other groups. So I will now pass it on to Tom Lees to dive into our recycling data and reporting. Go ahead, Tom.
Sure, thank you, Allison. Yeah, we did just issued reports on our website about recycling activity rates. And so the information about that is available. 19% was for 2019. And so consisting of more than 1 million tons of recyclables. And what does that mean for the state? And I just want to kind of walk through some of the how we got there and some of the metrics that go with that goal. But 19% as of 2019. But so in 2014, we set the goal at 50%. This was reestablished, and the state tried previous times to set a goal only later to be rescinded because we didn't have a good means to track the data of recycling. So the 2014, we established the goal, and it covered the municipal waste from residential sectors as well as commercial, institutional, industrial of municipal waste. And it also required mandatory reporting. This was a big difference in going forward, that we had mandatory reporting, that recyclers were required to submit reports to IDEM about the type of material of recyclable shipped and where it went to, whether it went to another recycling facility or end user that would use those recyclables to make products, or went out of state. Something of interest would be that, you know, generators of recyclables, where they originate, it's voluntary if they want to submit reports. And normally the tonnages get tracked by regional facilities like material recovery facilities, transfer stations. We get that information in from them. Also, end users, the companies that use the recyclables do not report into the system. And next slide. And so the numbers come in, and we, this chart, it really is the basis of our metrics. So it's done in tons. And as you can see, this is the generation of solid waste. And it's broken out by these different categories. And landfilling is a big number. And in half of that, it would be glass, metals, paper, and plastics. If you look at waste characterization studies, generally about half of that would be of those categories. But the input from that, again, is from the residential as well as the commercial, institutional, industrial sides of municipal waste. And it's about 50-50 typically. But then we also track what goes out of state, exported municipal waste, and we know what goes to incineration, Cabana facility of municipal waste. And here's the recycling data from that was created because of new legislation in 2014. That 1.229 million tons there is a result of that new legislation. But we also track what goes to compost facilities, and we have reporting for e-waste, which Jacob will talk more about. These are all in tons. And these are all reports that are submitted with tons. So this is very credible information that we get. Okay, yeah. So next slide. And this kind of sums up the previous slide, and it wraps it up into percentages of where our waste goes. And most of it goes to landfills. And also to note is that these calculations for this chart are based on EPA definitions and methodology. So we follow what EPA has done and their reports, and this is what we have for Indiana, and it's specific for Indiana. Next slide. And these shipments are from recycling activity reports. It just shows you how many tons of recyclables are being shipped. And glass, metal, paper, and plastics is a big part of those tonnages. In 2018, you see that we went over 1 million tons. That's pretty significant, over 1 million tons of recyclables. And 2019, slightly down a little bit. Those are thresholds. You know, going forward, yeah, we want that's got to increase. Let's see. As we look at the circular economy, that's where ultimately where we want to get to with recyclables that are collected in the state and where they go. The circular economy means you got industry that can use these recyclables. And we are doing a study with GT Environmental, which Dana will talk more about that study and how it impacts our recyclables here. Next slide. And just kind of wrap up my portion, these are the metrics that we're excuse me, tracking and over the time period. So we do have recycling rate, we do have generation, pounds per person per day. And so the bottom line includes our manufacturing inputs of waste generation. So Indiana is a strong manufacturing state. So these numbers are naturally going to be a little higher than other states would have these same metrics. So you have to kind of look at these metrics and it's state specific and to what that state does. And so some of it comes from residential side and the other side comes from the commercial, institutional, industrial side of municipal waste. Yeah, the recycling rate, again, you can see how it hasn't moved a whole lot, but in order to get to the 50% recycling goal, if you do the what if calculations, we need to increase to 3 or 4 million tons of recyclables need to go up. Well, I'll pass it on to Jacob, who will talk more about the e-waste side of recycling.
Hi, yeah, thanks, Tom. As Julia mentioned, my name is Jacob Smicker, and I manage the Indiana eCycle program. And what I'd like to do today is just kind of give a little background on the program and just discuss it, and especially hone in on some of the key stakeholders of the program. If I could go to the next slide, please. So the Indiana eCycle program was established back in 2009, and it really is the result of an e-waste law that was also passed back in 2009, which created the Indiana eCycle program, which is essentially an extended producer responsibility program that focuses on electronics. And some of the main goals of the eCycle program is to reduce the amount of e-waste that is being sent to landfills, while also ensuring that these devices, these electronic devices, are being recycled in a proper manner, while also kind of capturing those precious metals like aluminum, steel, copper, so they can be used in other uses. And I'm gonna really kind of talk a lot about some of the key stakeholders that really represent the program, and I'll go in much more detail, but the key stakeholders are gonna be the manufacturers of electronics and then the collectors of electronics, and as well as the recyclers. Can I go to the next slide, please? But before really diving in to those different stakeholders, I wanted to present this listing of electronic devices, what we call, or what the law calls, covered electronic devices. And the law in the Indiana eCycle program, this is really the focus of the program, is on these specific devices. So in the upcoming slides, when I'm talking about some poundage that might be collected or recycled by collectors or recyclers, these are the devices I'm really speaking upon, these covered electronic devices. Could I go to the next slide, please? So the first stakeholder group that really make up the Indiana eCycle program are going to be your collectors. And essentially, these are the facilities that are actually collecting the electronic devices. So these, to give a few examples, it might be like a solid waste management district, so like Lake County Solid Waste Management District or a Porter County Solid Waste Management District. They would be classified as an e-waste collector under the Indiana eCycle program. But also, to give a few other examples, like Goodwill actually would be classified as a Indiana e-cycle collector. If I could go back to that collector slide, please. Oh, thanks. So like Goodwill would be classified as an e-waste collector as well. They actually work with Dell computers on a program. It's called the Dell Reconnect program. So if you get a chance, you could read about that program, but it's quite interesting. But Goodwill would be classified as a collector under the Indiana e-cycle program, but also big box stores. So like Best Buy, Staples, they have mechanisms in place in which they collect electronics from patrons, and they also report as an e-waste collector under the program. And the collectors in the state of Indiana, they have some requirements that they have to do. They have to submit a report, an annual report in registration each March 1st. The report is really collects a lot of generic information like where they're from, where they're located, who they are. But in the annual report, they submit a lot of data. So what they collected, where that material came from, where it was shipped. And to provide a little data, just to give you an idea, we had last year for the program year, which would have been 2019, we had 99 collectors register with the program. And these 99 collectors, they reported recycling or collecting just a little bit over 29 million pounds of covered electronic devices. So going back to that earlier slide of that specific listing of material, that's the amount of material they collected was from that list, and that was just a little bit over 29 million pounds. So quite a bit of material that they collected for this past year. If I could go to the next slide, please. And so the next stakeholder group that really represents the program is going to be the recyclers. And simple enough, they're the facilities that are recycling the material. So they get the material from the collectors, it comes to their facility, and they're going to be the ones recycling this material. So similar to collectors, the recyclers have to submit an annual report and a registration by March 1st of each year. And then again, there's a lot of kind of generic information in the registration portion of the report, but then in the annual report, they really deliver a lot of data to us, specifically regarding the amount of material they recycled. And just again, to kind of give you a little data and give you a better idea, for this past program year, we had 23 recyclers register with the program. And of those 23 recyclers, they reported recycling nearly 28 million pounds of covered electronic devices. So again, going back to that second slide that I showed, that listing of material, that's what they are reporting upon. So just a little bit under 28 million pounds is what they recycled for the program year. And since the inception of the program, so since 2009, I kind of wanted to highlight that recyclers have reported recycling over 300 million pounds of those covered electronic devices. So we can really see that there's a lot of e-waste being generated out there and being collected and then being recycled in the state of Indiana. If I could go to the next slide, please. And the final group that makes up the Indiana e-cycle program is going to be the manufacturers. And when I say manufacturers, these are facilities that are either manufacturing or licensing for sale video display devices to Indiana households. And when I say video display devices, I'm talking about like televisions, laptops, computer monitors, notebooks, e-readers, those sort of devices. So if a manufacturer is either manufacturing or / licensing those items, they are required by the law to register with the Indiana e-cycle program. And one of the key aspects of the manufacturers, one of their main requirements is that they will have a recycling goal with the state of Indiana. They have a 60% recycling goal, and that is based off of the material, the video display devices that they sold to Indiana households for the previous year. So just to kind of give a very generic example, if you had a manufacturer and they sold 1,000 pounds worth of televisions to Indiana households, they would then have a 60% or a 600-pound recycling obligation based on that 1,000 pounds that they sold to Indiana households. And the way that they fulfill that recycling obligation is that they would work with a registered recycler to have that material recycled on their behalf. And then that recycler would work with a registered collector to capture and collect that material. So just to kind of give you a little idea, we had 75 manufacturers register with the program for this past year. And I should have mentioned, talking about like manufacturers, just to give some examples, would be like Apple or Dell or Sony or Toshiba or Samsung. Those are the manufacturers that are reporting into our program. So for this past year, of the 75 manufacturers that registered with our program, they had a collectively 16.8 million pound recycling obligation that they needed to fulfill. And again, very similar to the collectors and recyclers, they have a report and registration that is due by March 1st that they submit to our department. If I could go to the next slide, please. And then finally, the last thing I wanted to just touch on is the way the law and the program really affects kind of citizens is that there's a disposal prohibition or a ban on throwing away certain electronic items, which are going to be, again, those covered electronic devices. So I just kind of wanted to mention that's in large part how the law really affects Indiana households, small businesses, and public schools is with that disposal ban. And then I should mention as well that typically collectors, you know, there is a strict listing of material, but oftentimes collectors accept a wide range of material, everything from televisions to laptops to toasters to can openers to cell phones. So that there is a lot of material that they do accept, and it's just not that list of material items. So with that being said, it's kind of my brief overview of the Indiana E-Cycle program. And I'm going to now let Deanna Gardner speak about her program, which is the Recycling Market Development Program. And I'd be more than happy at the end to answer any questions.
Deanna, are you there?
Danny, you're on mute.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
you're
Good
good.
morning. I'm happy to be here today and share a little bit about my program. Go ahead to the next slide. The Recycling Market Development Program was established in the early 90s, and it was meant to improve the management of solid waste by developing markets for recycling. The program is administered by IDEM and operates under the Recycling Market Development Board. The mission was recently updated by the board and is to promote innovative projects to make Indiana a leader in recycling and waste reduction. Next slide. The board consists of 9 voting members who are appointed by the governor's office, as well as 7 non-voting ex officio members. The work of the board, or the work of the program, cannot be done without these members. We appreciate everything they do. Next slide. RMDB, the program, it's a long name, so I usually shorten it to RMDP, works with Indiana businesses, schools, not-for-profits, municipalities, as well as solid waste management districts to fund projects that build markets for recyclables through economic development opportunities, that promote the use of recycled content products, that focus on moving materials past collection and into the marketplace, as well as projects that encourage schools and businesses to reduce waste. Next slide. These types of projects include equipment to process recyclables, including wood waste, C&D materials, food waste, and reclaimed asphalt pavement. Projects that implement or expand curbside recycling programs, that encourage the expansion of hub and spoke recycling operations, as well as projects, research and study projects in education and outreach initiatives. Through the RMDP grant projects, IDEM promotes in-state recycling infrastructure and develops in-state markets for recyclables, which provides circular economy benefits made possible by Indiana's strong manufacturing base. In September, the board awarded 8 new grants totaling $1 million to expand recycling efforts. The projects have an expected total investment of more than $3 million, and the projects will increase recycling for curbside recyclables, plastics, cardboard, and e-waste, diverting them from municipal solid waste by almost 6,700 tons per year. Next slide. Since 2008, the Recycling Market Development Board has awarded a funding for a total of 108 projects, totaling over $8.5 million and creating an estimated 850 jobs and diverting over 1 million tons annually. Next slide. In May of 2019, the board identified 11 major priorities they wanted to focus on. At that time, they also identified gaps in our knowledge of Indiana's recycling infrastructure and economic impact. This includes a need to better understand who consumes recyclables in Indiana, what are the recycling commodities present, and the barriers to expanding recycling in Indiana. It was understood that getting a better understanding of Indiana's recycling markets will help guide the board on how to best direct grant funding. So the board approved a motion to fund a study to help fill in those gaps of knowledge. Next slide. Since then, the board has awarded grant funding to GT Environmental to conduct the Recycling Infrastructure and Economic Impact Study. The study will evaluate and analyze Indiana's current recycling infrastructure, including materials and markets, with the purpose of determining investment needs and opportunities within the circular economy. This evaluation will provide key analysis for economic development, program development, and legislation necessary for a more sustainable solid waste system. Next slide. The board had determined 4 tasks to accomplish the goals of the study, and GT Environmental is currently undertaking the first 2 tasks of determining Indiana's recycling infrastructure and assessing the current needs and opportunities within the recycling industry. Next slide. GT has met with stakeholders. They've created a work plan, and they are currently working with students from IUPUI to begin surveys within Indiana solid waste management districts with our cities and towns, as well as manufacturers and end users. That data is currently being collected, entered into databases, and creating maps to help inform the final study. In January, GT will begin work with the Indiana University Public Policy Institute to perform the economic analysis, and then plans to provide a report to IDEM and the board in June with the final results. We are very excited to see these results and utilize the results to help Indiana's recycling infrastructure and economy continue to expand. I will be happy to answer questions about this study or the Recycling Market Development Board grants at the end of this presentation. But with that, I am going to pass along to Allison Taylor, our Recycling Outreach Coordinator.
Thanks, Deanna. So besides the RMDP, we also offer another grant program called the Community Recycling Grant Program. And this program will be a little less relevant for you folks because private businesses are not eligible for this program. However, I still wanted to make you aware of it as something that's offered by IDEM, and maybe you're aware of another organization that would be interested. So the Community Recycling Grant Program was established just back in 2019, and it aims to assist community efforts to increase recycling through projects that include education and promotion of recycling, processing of recyclable materials, general waste reduction, and management of household hazardous waste and organics, including yard waste and composting. So the entities that are eligible under this program are solid waste management districts, cities, counties, municipalities, schools, nonprofit organizations, and the grant amounts awarded range between $500,000 and $50,000. So in the last year, we awarded 34 projects for just over $500,000. Okay, so now I want to get on to, I think the question that is on everybody's mind today, which is probably how do I recycle, or how can I find a place to recycle X, Y, or Z? And you're probably looking beyond your basic office materials like paper, aluminum cans, plastic bottles, and trying to recycle waste that is more unique to you. So I have a few starting points for you here. This is, of course, going to be broad advice. Everybody's got their unique situations, but just some starting points to get to. The top two are websites, Recycle Search and Earth 911, that are both databases where you can look up by material type who is available in your area. And they're both extremely easy to use. You can just type in the material you're looking for and your zip code, and it'll pop up with listings and a map. And they both overlap a lot. Of course, it's difficult to keep them updated 100%, so you can keep that in mind. And you might also notice that they're somewhat geared towards residential use. Like if you look up glass, for example, you might come up with a drop-off location for individuals to drop off their glass, but it's still a good way to kind of source those companies that will service that material, and it will almost always have a phone number listed that you can call and get in touch about starting a relationship. The third bullet point on here is the Association of Indiana Solid Waste Management Districts. So again, these districts are designed to serve residents. They're not going to be able to accept your materials directly. But let's say you're trying to dispose of paint, you could call up your county's solid waste management district, and they are already going to have an existing relationship with somebody who can handle that because they provide that service to residents. So all the districts have different levels of kind of activity and engagement, but they tend to be super, super knowledgeable. So they're a really great resource. Then lastly, we kind of get to IDEM. Of course, that's the four of us speaking here today. We do have an Indiana recycler list, which is nothing fancy. It's just an Excel sheet of all the people that report under the retrack system that Tom talked about. And of course, if you're having trouble or just would like assistance, you can reach out to me to help source kind of a facility that would be helpful to you. Because I've been doing this for a few years now, I kind of have familiarity with things, or if I don't, one of the others will. So all of our contact info will be available at the end of these slides, and we'll make sure to leave room for questions as well. I just want to take a minute to speak about a few things to keep in mind. First of all, I wanted to say that the physical ability to be recycled and market recyclability are not the same thing. And you might have a material that is technically, physically capable of being recycled, but we just have to be mindful of what our infrastructure is and what our facilities can accept at any given moment, because it changes with time. I know we all want to recycle, and that's wonderful, but we're not necessarily entitled to recycle, if that makes sense. So I think Deanna's infrastructure study that she spoke about is really going to help also give us this map or framework of, again, what we need to be supporting more and what's available right now. Another common thing that I see frequently is that even if you have components of an item are recyclable individually, the whole component, the whole thing may not be, because to deconstruct any specific item could take extremely specialized equipment that's just not available. So you might have something that's made out of both paper and plastic. Of course, individually those could be recyclable, but it has to be deconstructed. And finally, I'm sure everybody here knows about this, but reduction and reuse are preferable to recycling on the hierarchy of waste management. So if you are regularly having a volume of a particular material that you're wanting to recycle, just be sure that you've considered if there's a way to reuse it or even cut it kind of out of the system entirely. And I think, yeah, there's a lot more that could be said on this topic, but I do see some questions coming in, so I think I will stop there and make sure that we can get to everybody's questions now.
Great. Thank you, Allison and Tom and Jacob and Deanna. Great messages. I know the slide in front of you has contact information, and again, this presentation will be made available to everyone on this call. So we have had 3 or 4 questions come in, and just trying to kind of stay on time. We're going to move through those, but go ahead and type additional questions in that chat box. So a question from Derek: is there any reason why local markets have stopped accepting glass recycling? he assumes due to the low market prices for glass, specifically, and talks about the Evansville area. There are a few, if any, that accept glass. So I don't know, Tom, or maybe one of the other recycling managers would like to take that question.
I guess I could start, and Tom probably
Okay.
can help out as well.
Sure.
And this is exactly kind of part of that, why we're creating a study and finding where there are gaps in our infrastructure. So as many are probably well aware, recycling has had numerous challenges in the last several years, starting with the China ban on many recyclables being exported to their country or imported into China. And then in addition, just COVID restrictions now placing harder limits on recycling facilities. So the price to recycle has gone up. Commodity prices on glass and other such of materials has gone down. So there is a cost to recycle, just like there's a cost to manage any kind of waste, and they are dependent on the markets. So that's what we're seeing happening, and glass is just one of those. There's actually a strong glass manufacturing base in Indiana, and they want your glass. They want glasses, but I think specifically Evansville, I've actually talked to the solid waste district near there, and it's transportation. So there's lots of aspects to our infrastructure, not only whether we have the manufacturers or not, but also do we have the capabilities to transport the materials? And in that case, from Southern Indiana to the manufacturers or end users is problematic. And so it costs more than they get for the product. And solid waste management districts or others that are doing the glass collection, waste haulers, are just trying to balance and measure those costs. So hopefully, as mentioned, the study, we'll find those, and we'll find hopefully policies and new ways to fund those gaps, and look at ways to better improve that infrastructure so we can have glass recycling for everybody.
Thanks, Deanna. Anyone else need to add to her?
Well, and also, we do have plants that clean up the glass so it can be used by the manufacturers. So either in glass container mills or the fiberglass industry have a very huge demand for glass. And so the trick is to get it through a facility in a specification that can be used and purchased by the manufacturing sector to make new products. So that transportation is an issue. Dayton Rumpke facility has a glass processing facility. We got one strategic in Hartford City that does clean up glass and has a ready market for it. So good things going forward. So we're going to identify those and try to fill the gaps.
Thank you, Tom. Thanks, Deanna. Next question, and there's been some chatter back and forth on it, but the question is, what is being done for better plastic drum and tote recycling? Many of the companies that provided service for free pickup have gone to charging for these recycling programs, and is causing it to cost more to recycle these items versus sending it to the landfill. Thoughts about that?
I think we can address some of the issues that we addressed with the glass, right? That the markets are fluctuating and changing. Commodities for plastic have also gone down price-wise. So there is a higher cost to recycle those, unfortunately, than landfill.
Okay.
One thing I didn't mention before is that there's nationwide, they're looking at policy changes to help increase the cost of landfill to make recycling more equitable with landfilling. So that's something on the horizon on a national basis that is going on as well to help kind of balance out those cost of service needs.
Okay. The next question from Derek. I saw organics recycling as a priority. Has any thought been given to a larger market for recycling of raw materials such as chemicals? It would be nice to have a sort of a marketplace to list the kind of materials and amounts available for other companies that might benefit from using those materials. Is there some sort of middleman or exchange? I know Jennifer Collins may want to chime in here, or a list of companies that can facilitate these transactions. I like to exhaust all opportunities before disposing of chemical waste. Thoughts about that?
I guess start, and Jennifer, I'm sure can help too, because we've heard this request before as far as a materials exchange, and I know that IDEM has had one in the past. But as far as our programs in recycling, we focus on municipal solid waste diversion. So your, paper, plastic, metals. And so we don't at this time currently have any kind of capacity or focus on the organics, or sorry, I was reading the question, on chemical recycling of chemicals.
I'd love to chime in here. We actually have been in discussion with the national program called Materials Marketplace in the past year. And both Pat Daniel, the manager of the recycling group, and I have had a conversation with them. They have a significant cost to manage that. It is about $1,500 a month for us to have that program, and with budget cuts and everything, my group actually does not have the funding that it would take to manage that program in Indiana. And we recently had a conversation with our partners for pollution prevention, and I'm not sure if that's something that they would like to take on. But the cost to that is right now prohibiting us on taking on that program. So we are considering that. I think if it's a benefit to industries to have that, maybe there's another solution where funding could come in to support that program. If it's a benefit to the members that participate in that, maybe there's another way to solve this issue, to have that database and connect through. But it is called, if you'd like more information about that, it's called Materials Marketplace. Other states do have that. Tennessee, Ohio have material marketplaces.
Thanks, Jennifer. I knew you'd want to contribute to that discussion. We've had a lot of discussion about it.
Yes.
Okay, we'll move on to the next question. What recycling options are there in Indiana for plastic banding materials? We must cut it into 3 inches or less long pieces and accumulate it in drums and barrels for it to be accepted. The labor cost for cutting the pieces as required outweigh the benefit. Therefore, we have to landfill it. This question is from Steve. So who wants to take that one?
Well, I guess I would just point out again that this comes back to the technology that's required to recycle any given material. I don't know specifically much about plastic banding materials, but if your facility that's accepting that is asking for the 3 inch or less long pieces, it's either the labor is going to be happening on your end or their end. So if they are not able to take on that labor cost either, it's just got to happen somewhere along the process. You know what I mean? So it's unfortunate that cost is there, but that's the reality. And I think it's just whatever kind of you want to prioritize, I think.
Thanks, Allison. Anybody else have anything to add?
Yeah.
Tom?
So the plastic industry, once plastics are collected, and when it comes from a material recovery facility, it's usually in bales by, type of material. But banding materials are kind of unique in that if you're going to make new pellets out of them, I mean, they got to get it through an extruder, and those are end users. that would take that kind of material. So we don't track that in our retract program. I mean, as far as the end users that use the recyclables, chemical recycling is another option. The Brightmark facility up in Ashley, in Indiana, can take a variety of plastics. In their case, they're making diesels and waxes out of plastics, and they have little less stringent requirements on how it's received. And versus an extruder, I mean, they got to be able to get that material ground such that it can go through an extruder. So yeah, it depends on the end users, and it requires that connection to move that material.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. So there's been some chatter back and forth between folks, and that's what this networking piece is all about. So we really appreciate that collaborative approach you're doing in the chat feature. We are at 12 o'clock. So I guess we'll go ahead and take a break. I encourage you, certainly take the break if you need to, but if you want to continue to have the discussion in the chat, that is fine too. To find resources for materials or to partner up on things. That's what the beauty of this program is all about. So we will take a break now from 12 until 12:15, and then we will come back. But before we do that, I just want to thank Allison, Tom, Jacob, and Deanna for your passion for recycling and the work you are each doing for our state of Indiana. We are fortunate to have you on our team, and citizens in the state are fortunate to be able to have you working for them. So we're going to take the 15-minute break now. We'll be back at 12:15 for the balance of our program, and this is the opportunity where you're going to get to share the kinds of things you're all doing and continue to build the network. So we'll see you back at 12:15. Well, welcome back, everybody. That was a good, quick break for everyone, and we're really glad you're back with us for our final session of our first ever virtual annual meeting of the Environmental Stewardship Program. We hope you've enjoyed the day so far, and we're excited to move to this next segment of today's program where we get to hear from one another and get to hear about kinds of successes that are happening. So I think the screen in front of you is pretty self-explanatory. We're going to ask, and I'm going to call upon each organization in alphabetical order and ask you to spend just a few minutes talking about your successes from the last year and the current year. Obviously, we all probably have a very similar current year challenge, but that's okay because we're going to be stronger on the other side, and that's the beauty of us working together. And we just ask that you keep your camera off and your mic off during the presentations, but when I call upon your organization and your name specifically, if you can unmute and turn your camera on, that would be great. We're gonna, again, put all the questions in the chat box. So if you have a specific question about a particular speaker, go ahead and put that in the chat box, and we will answer those either during or following, depending on how often those questions come in. So I think we'll go ahead and get started. So hopefully everybody is ready to kind of hear from one another. And again, we just ask that when I call upon you, you can turn your camera on and your mic on, and we'll be good to go. So to kick us off, we're going to start again alphabetically, and we're going to start with Allison Transmission and Craig Henry. Teresa, go ahead.
Yes. Sorry, I was lots of buttons to move. How is everybody?
That's okay. We're good. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Craig was going to talk or I was going to. But Allison, as far as our reductions, a lot of big focus on energy. So in the manufacturing conversion of our lighting, our T8 lights to the LED, significant decreases, waste decreases, and a lot of other activities like that. And just really, and then energy shut it off down to the operator level to have everybody have engagement at the facility to do that. I know you said a couple minutes, but just a high level, I think,
sure,
with the amount of people that we have.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, thanks, Teresa. We appreciate you being on. And I know Craig's on. I was with him earlier. So thanks for your leadership at Allison. We'll move to AstraZeneca Pharmaceuticals and Kevin Conkright.
Hello. From AstraZeneca's perspective, one of the biggest things that we're focused on for 2021 through 2025 is really the reduction of our carbon footprint. In fact, AstraZeneca globally has established our footprint for the entire global network to be carbon zero by 2025. So we are very diligently working towards that. In fact, next year, we have the budget now to put in a 2 megawatt solar field, which will start in 2021. So we're working on it currently and intend to have the solar field installation started by spring to summer next year, with the hopes of by the end of 2021, having 2 megawatts of solar power feeding our facility.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for sharing. We appreciate it. We'll just keep moving. We'll move to Baxter and Josh Ayers. Anyone from Baxter? Josh? Okay, we'll continue. Caterpillar, Franklin Scott
Good
Rosino?
afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes.
So I'm fairly new to this role. I replaced Brian Schnauber, who was on this team, I think, previously. He was here several years. So some successes that I inherited. We installed an evaporator at the beginning of the year to reduce our wastewater. We were hauling out significantly cost reduction, but 96% waste reduction of the material, wet, oily water material. That's probably one of our biggest areas of waste. We had already had a wood pallet recycling in, but it was only for the standard wood pallets. We were able to find another vendor that expanded that. So we were able to reduce our hauling almost by 30% because we took in more wood to the wood recycler. We're still challenged with a couple of other areas around wood that we're having trouble with trying to get markets for. Wood boxes that are glue-based plywood, and then other small wood pieces that they don't take. We are starting a trial with a reusable wipe program this month. We do buy a lot of one-use wipe materials, so we're hopeful that that will be able to be another avenue in 2021. And then another avenue we want to work on still is the aerosol cans. We use a lot of aerosol cans. We wanted to really see whether we could try to go to bulk variations for things like WD-40 and contact cleaner to reduce. That's why I was asking questions about the universal waste rule, because I was trying to work around that avenue with aerosol cans. And then another avenue that we really are still working through is plastic packaging. As everyone else has talked about, plastic markets are pretty poor. Plastic packaging and shipping cardboard materials is still probably an opportunity for us as well. But for the most part, we've done pretty well this year, and we'll probably also optimize used oil a little bit more with the evaporator is our other hope. So those are things we're working on.
It's a great overview. Thank you so much, Scott. Justin, I know you spoke earlier. Do you have anything else to add from Caterpillar Lafayette?
Hey, yeah, so yeah, I did give a kind of an overview of what we were looking at. Some of the other things that we're doing, like I said, we got a lot of, we have a lot of packaging and issues, and it creates a lot of byproduct for our facility. And so our logistics group, one of the things they're doing is going from wood packaging to reusable, like steel packaging and things like that, cradles that we can ship back to, you know, our suppliers. That way we're not using, we're not using our wood auger as much. You know, we can reuse that packaging over and over and over again. So just to reduce the amount of wood waste that we have. Another program that we have at the facility level is, so we have part of our engine, as you can imagine, we have very large crankshafts that come in these very large, really nice wooden crates that we get. It's like a tongue and groove box. I mean, it's super nice wood. And so we give the opportunity to the employees to come use those boxes. And so they take them home and use them for projects. We've seen them build like pole barns out of them and use them for decorative siding, and people make planters out of them for their gardens, you know, for raised gardens. They're perfect for that kind of thing. So we probably get rid of a couple tons of those. They're about 500 pounds a piece. So, you know, a couple tons a week of crank boxes just for people. And so that's kind of a nice thing we can do for the employees at our facility. Another thing, Scott kind of touched on it. They're doing evaporation down at the Franklin facility. We're looking at doing that at our facility as well. We have a lot of Holloway on coolants and things like that over the, we would like to take some of those fluids off the road and do some evaporation with that. It's 96% water. And so we'll be looking at that here probably in the next year or so as one of our future projects. So.
Great. That's wonderful. Great. A lot of Christmas projects probably being made out of those boxes.
It's very busy right now. Yes. Yeah. And I have them send me pictures so we're making a collage of all the reuse that people are doing at their homes. So
that'd be great. I think we'd love to see that. If you can share it, that'd be great.
Yep. I'll put something together and I'll make sure you get a copy.
Fantastic. Super. Right. Thank you, Justin. We'll move to Tyler. I know he was having some technical issues earlier when we introduced him as one of our newest Cummins ESP members. So Justin, it looks like you might be able to connect now. And if you want to share a little bit about Cummins and the Seymour engine plant.
Yeah, good afternoon. I apologize for the technical difficulties earlier. I'll kind of do the introduction and wrap it into where we're at today as well. Excited to be a member of the ESP program. Cummins has a long tradition of environmental stewardship, so it was just the right move for this year to join the team and kind of share ideas and learn from each other. So we're excited to be there. We manufacture diesel engines for a variety of different industries here at the Seymour engine plant. And for the year, obviously we've had a majority of the same struggles that all of you have had with the COVID-19 pandemic. We did have one really great project come through our engineering team in relation to our testing cycles for our engines. A reduction in hours not only led to a cost save, but an excellent energy save as well. So with our 14 M50,001 management systems, our emissions and our diesel fuel consumption are significant aspects and a significant energy user. So we were able to reduce around 33,000 gallons in diesel usage for this year in 2020, which led to $100,000 in savings, but also over 1 million kilowatt hour reduction in energy consumption. I believe that's around 290 tons of greenhouse gas emissions as well. So a great project within the engineering team to improve our manufacturer test cycles. So do applaud them for that. And for 2021, we're looking to kind of pick up, look at our process water treatment improvements in our cooling tower operations for not only energy, but also water savings as well. So looking forward to taking that dive next year into those projects.
Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate that. And we're really glad to have you as a member of ESP. So Godspeed. Good to see you. Our next presenter is DePue Orthopedics, and we have Kim Brown.
Hi, I'm unable to start my video. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay. This is supposed to stop the video, but we would be glad to share our story.
I cannot hear you now.
Okay, how about now?
A little bit louder. I don't know if you can get closer to your microphone. No, it's not on my end. I don't know if any of our other IDEM staff can weigh in.
It sounds very hollow right now.
Okay, yeah, I usually don't have this problem.
There we go.
Zoom. Oh,
it worked. That's good. Whatever you did.
I didn't do anything. All right, well, I'm Kim Brown. You have been with Dickie for 2 years now. So in 2019, we reported collecting about 22,000 pounds material that was previously landfill. We're able to divert.
Cannot hear you now.
All right, well, I may have to take a rain check and submit this in the notes if that's okay.
If you want to just place it in the chat. I'm sorry.
Yes, I can do that.
We're glad to have you as a member. Thank you for being here today. Sorry about that technical difficulty. Okay, moving on. Donaldson Company out of Rensselaer, and we have Maureen Diener. Maureen?
Maureen was not able to join us today.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll move to Elanco Clinton Laboratories. And do we have John Betronis on?
Yes, this is John. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So a couple projects I wanted to highlight that we completed this year. Actually, we started late last year with a project to convert about 3.5 acres of fescue grass coverage out in front of our plant to a native grass plant or native plants and tree covers. So they planted about over 500 white pines, and then they created some tree islands with some other deciduous trees, some bald cypress, bur oak, sycamore, and river birch. And so that's going to reduce the amount of watering and other lawn care that we're going to need to do in that area. Also provide a little bit of site coverage and reduce noise to our neighbors with that. And then another project, we worked with Republic Services to bring in a couple recycling dumpsters. It's a mixed stream recycling with paper, glass, plastics, metal cans. So basically that allowed us to kind of jumpstart the recycling within the plant in our break areas. But as well, we had a second dumpster delivered out in our parking lot that's actually publicly available. So our neighbors can actually drop off their recycling materials there, or employees as they come in, and it's out in the parking lot so they can bring in things from home also and recycle. So those are two of our projects.
Great. Thank you, John. Thanks for sharing. We're going to move to Ben McKnight with ElectroSpec. Ben is also the executive director of our Partners for Pollution Prevention group. So we'll turn it to Ben.
Yeah, long time no see.
Good to see you.
ElectroSpec, our projects for last year for 19 to 20 was the elimination of trichloroethylene for our facility. Although we had a vacuum vapor environment that generated 0 VOCs, it's considered, a toxic waste, and so it was removed as a hazardous waste, and it did go for energy after that. But we wanted to eliminate the need of even having a hazardous waste. So we actually went with a fluorinated solvent that was non-regulated. You talk about cost savings. There was no cost savings on doing this because it's really the only solvent type replacement that we could find that was a non-regulated. So, when you buy trichloro, you pay $2 or $3 a pound, and we're actually paying about $8 a pound for what we're using. Although it's supposed to last 3 to 5 times longer than trichloro, and so far we're in our second year of use of this, and so we've been. It has lasted longer, so it's still like a 3-year project to see the longevity of it. We're more along the lines for this year is energy savings, and reduction of energy. We're not a large business. We're only 50,000 square feet, and we have approximately 75 employees. So you know, it may not sound like a lot, but you know, it actually is to us. You know, so we're replacing all of our T6s and T8s with LED lighting. And it's kind of ironic when you first talk about and think about this, and you don't think of what the savings would be. But you know, this is a 2-year project for us, and right now we're about 45% complete for our first year. And we actually work by our year being May 1st to April 31st, because that's our fiscal year. And you know, we've already had you know, $2,500 cost savings in our electric use alone. You know, they just pay, you know, the payback on them are, it's like in your, especially in your manufacturing where your lights are on, you know, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. You know, your cost savings on these things, they pay back fairly quick. So, you know, if anybody has thought about it, you know, we wanted to do it, and it was just, we were trying to work with some of the energy companies for the rebates program, and it just didn't work out. So, you know, we just decided to make it a 2-year project and start at the beginning and work to the end. You know, we'll be working during Christmas, but we normally aren't real busy for the last 2 weeks of the year. So, you know, we're hoping to obtain our other 5% to keep us on goal, you know, for our 2-year project. And for Gene, Jennifer, the rest of you, I mean, you've done a great job on this. You know, I know how hard it is to put on one of these, and you've done a phenomenal job. So
Thank you,
very
Ben.
much.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks for all you do. We appreciate working with you.
Oh, I enjoy working with everybody there too. So, and all the ESP and the P2 members. So you guys have a great day.
Thanks, Ben. We're going to move to Grady now. We have Craig Tapscott representing Grady.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
I don't think my camera's going to work. I can talk for a brief second if you'd like me to.
Perfect, yes.
So I took over the responsibilities of EHS at Grady earlier this year. Our main plant-wide environmental project was overall consumer recyclables, and that in general has gone very well. There's a lot of room for improvement at our facility. We're a foundry. We generate a lot of foundry type waste. So going forward, not only an internal goal, but a corporate goal is to reduce our waste. And a lot of that, again, is foundry waste and potentially finding reuse projects. We've also been challenged to lower the overall energy demand from our facility, which is difficult because we're an older facility and there's a lot of improvement that can be made. The final thing that we're looking at is we're trying to completely map the water usage here at the facility. And hopefully, if we're able to map it as appropriately and efficiently as we can then begin to delve into the reduction of overall water use here in the coming months and through the end of 2021. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Craig. Thanks for sharing. We appreciate it. We're going to move now to Kimball Electronics out of Jasper, and I think we have Jerry Roach who will speak.
Thank you.
Jerry, are you there?
Yes, can you see me? Can you hear me now?
It's a little difficult to hear you.
Okay, how about now?
It's still very faint.
I'm not sure what's going on actually. Is that any better now?
It really isn't. Item staff, any suggestions?
Talk loudly. I think we'll be able to hear you.
Okay. I can
Scream at us. You can scream at us today.
I'll do that. So, you know, this is my first year with Kimball Electronics, and after several years in safety and environmental, but the first year here, and I inherited a strong environmental program here already from Ken Sicard, who was with KEJ for a long time. And what we're really going after this year is, first of all, recycling has been a big aspect for years and continues to be. And what we're finding is that plastics and glass are two of our largest issues right now, trying to get those to be recycled, certain kinds of plastics. But year to date, we're at 91.8% of all waste that has left the facility has been recycled. And that's up from last year, from 2019. So we want to, of course, continue to drive that. And then just our overall environmental program, management program, and energy savings is something else that we're working really hard on, doing a lot of lighting projects with LED lighting, and that has started to pay off a lot for us, and that will, of course, will continue as well. So really excited about the coming year. Hopefully we won't see some of the health challenges that we've had this year, and things will start to smooth out a little bit more.
Great. Thank you, Jerry. Thanks for sharing. And I think most people could hear, so we appreciate you sharing with us today. We're going to move on to Kimball office. And I think we have a couple folks on from Kimball, but I think Rhonda Shearer is going to speak on their behalf. So Rhonda.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to speak in regards to Kimball International. We also have Steve Guffinette and Chris Canese on with us today as well. And we work together as a team for all of our sites. In the state of Indiana, we have 6 to 7 manufacturing sites, plus our logistics sites as well. One of the things that we did in 2019, and Steve can probably talk to this a little bit better, but we incorporated a large grinder at our Santa Claus site. We had a very small handheld grinder that took a lot of labor to cut up the material to get in. So a lot of that went to the landfill. And an example is we had 400 tons that went into the landfill in 2019 of total wood, not just wood scrap, but waste that went to the landfill. In 2020, we're trending to send less than 100 tons to the landfill. As Kimball International, we have a recycle rate of 87.5%, which is pretty good for manufacturing sites. We look to improve that up to around 90%. We're working with some of our locations to increase their recycling rates. We've been doing dumpster dives. We've been looking at different ways to recycle and some of the things that we can. We're lucky enough as Kimball International, we have our own recycle center that we're able to not hold that material at our manufacturing sites, but send it to our recycle center that is able to send it out in truckloads. I can't speak enough about what our company's doing in looking at facility optimizations within all of our locations, which is driving a lot of environmental improvements along with material efficiencies too. So we've done a really good job there. One of the aspects there was between our Santa Claus location and our Fordsville, Kentucky location. We moved our finish out of our Santa Claus location, and we are just finishing the same product in our Kentucky location, adding it to what we were already doing there. We were able to reduce our hazardous waste as a whole with those two sites by 36.7% from 2018 to 2020 so far. So that's really good. And when we're looking at per unit produced, there's still a reduction of over 17% there. So we always try to normalize things when we're looking at per unit produced. We went from 0.05 pounds per unit to 0.04 pounds per unit, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're producing, over 400,000 units between those two sites a year, that's pretty good. Steve, did you want to add anything else, or Chris?
No, just kind of like what you were saying. Oh, go ahead, Steve.
Well, I was going to say I don't have anything to add for Santa Claus and Fordsville. It sounds like Rhonda covered everything, the main items that we wanted to share. Thank you.
Chris?
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. What Rhonda was saying. We're there at our Jaspers facility. We've been able to increase our recycling efficiency, from last year. So You know, it's always signs of improvement, and that's the way we continue to look at and improve on everything.
And in 2020 and the first 6 months of 2021, we're going to continue to see a lot more environmental reductions due to our facility optimizations that our teams are working on. And that's all we have right now.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Rhonda and Steve and Chris. We appreciate you being on today and sharing everything that's happening with your organization. We appreciate it. We're going to move to Madison Chemical Company Incorporated, and I believe we have Steve Priest who is available.
Yes, hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yes, Steve Priest, the Technical Director at Madison Chemical. We manufacture hard surface cleaning and sanitizing products for various industries, including food producers. We joined ESP in 2018, and I've used the ESP objectives that we set as a vehicle really to drive through some changes here and to try to push some projects to completion. A couple of quick examples. We use a large amount, or used to use a large amount, of NPE surfactants. They don't have the best EHS profile. We've been working to reduce our usage of those. In the last couple of years, we've reduced the usage from about £40,000 a year down to £30,000–£35,000. And we're tackling the last group of products now to try to pretty much eliminate NPE surfactant usage in the next few years. One of the challenges is it's typically a more expensive alternative chemical that we need to use. So that's one thing we take into account, but we feel it's a price worth paying, to be honest. And occasionally, from a formulation perspective, it's not necessarily a straight one-for-one replacement. We sometimes have to do some work on the chemical formulations to accommodate the more environmentally friendly surfactant. Another example I could share, we do use probably about 10% of our products are dry chemicals, which involves some dust generation. We don't do any milling. Here, we just blend raw materials together, but nonetheless, some of the raw materials do generate considerable respirable dust. And over the past few years, again, we've had success in reducing significantly our usage of those dusty materials. What we're running into, though, is trying to find functional equivalents in some cases. We're continuing to work with our raw material suppliers to replace some of the more problematic ones, so we're having trouble replicating performance when we try an alternative raw material. Projects for the future, we're looking at the phosphorus in our wastewater stream. We have an on-site wastewater treatment facility. So we're looking to reduce the amount of phosphorus that we emit. And then as we get into 2021 or 2022, we'll be looking at trying to reduce our VOC consumption. Typically, we work on a case-by-case basis with customers on VOC. Again, because many of the solvents, for example, that are VOCs that we use are very cheap. They're very well entrenched in the marketplace. And it can be quite hard to find alternatives that are actually mandated by the EPA or others as being VOC exempt. That will work for the customers. One challenge, and I'm sure everybody's got a COVID-19 story to tell, but we've somewhat had some strange perturbations in raw material supplies this year. And it often turns out that the upstream raw material has been sequestered by various parties for use in making emergency sanitizers, for example, for COVID-19. So we've had some of our key raw materials, the supply grind to a halt without warning, and it's caused a fair bit of stress, aside from all of the health measures that we've taken to try to protect our workforce, and we've rearranged some of our working schedules accordingly. So that was pretty much it from us, but I mean, I think we've benefited from the ESP, and as I said, I've been able to use it very effectively internally to drive some change. So I'm grateful to IDEM for accepting us and for their continued support.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you for your insight. We appreciate it, and all the great things you're doing. So appreciate it. We're going to move to MasterGuard Corporation, and I think we have Ricky Rum Jr., who is going to come on screen. Anyone from MasterGuard? Okay, we're gonna move on. We might come back. So we'll move on to Raytheon Company. Laura Groom, I was in a breakout with her this morning, so we'll turn it over to Laura.
Hello, I'm going to try to share my screen if that is okay. I had a slide I wanted to present.
Sure. Yep.
Can everyone see that?
I don't see it yet.
Okay, well, maybe it's not going to let me share the screen. That's okay. I will just speak to it. And at the end of 2019, we achieved zero waste certification. It was awarded to us through the TRUE, which is Total Resource Use Efficiency, and Green Business Certification Incorporation. To achieve that, you have to have a 90% diversion rate or higher away from incineration and landfill. We were already zero landfill for non-hazardous waste, but it took some doing to get to 90%. So it really forced us to look closely at our waste streams and figure out ways that we could increase our recycling and reuse. Some of the different things that we did to help us get to that 90% and to have programs in place to have enough points to be awarded the certification were we implemented an annual waste recycling container audit. So it's basically a dumpster dive where we go and we strategically look at different areas just to make sure that the waste streams and recycling aren't being contaminated with things that they shouldn't be. And the findings have been interesting. Unfortunately, one time we found a sharp insulin pen in regular trash and recycling going into trash. So it's a good practice for us to do that every year and then communicate with employees just to create that awareness of what should be disposed of where. One of the things that we did was work with a vendor and they helped us to create reusable packaging. The packaging is called Liberty crates. They're large wood crates that have foam in them. And so rather than using pallets and shrink wrap and the bands, we're able to use this reusable crate. We estimate that so far we've saved a total of over $7,000 in labor and product, and we've diverted 770 pounds away from what was going to either incineration or recycling. But of course, reuse is always better than even recycling. So that was a win for us. Some of the other things that we do that awarded us points were we do a lot of metal scrap recycling. We have an on-site compost pile that we take our pre-consumer food prep scrap for composting to. And our coffee grounds and coffee filters can go in there also. Our cafeteria that we have on site prior to COVID, I know several other people are probably having this same challenge, but we used to use trays, plates, and reusable silverware, reusable glassware, and now everything's gone to disposable. So hopefully, we'll be able to implement post-consumer food scrap recycling at some point in this next year or two and divert some of that away from going to incineration. And hopefully we can use disposable containers that are compostable so that we can also send those out for composting. And that pretty much sums it up. Thanks for the opportunity to share our story.
Well, thank you for being on. And I think your points about COVID and the challenges are all things that everyone's confronting and facing. So I think you bringing those out and pointing them out is really relevant. So thank you. And thanks for the work your organization does for our country. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We will move to Robert Bosch LLC, and I believe we have Allison Hudson on.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Sounds good.
Oh,
Good. I'm sorry that my video is not capable, but I certainly will tell you a little bit about our story. We're an automotive supplier here that makes engine control fans that go behind the radiator in your car. And we use primarily two substances for our plastic injection molding process, which is either straight nylon or glass-filled nylon, and then polypropylene. All of our nylon that we use is from recycled carpet. So anytime that the carpet industry has scraps or people recycle any of their carpet, then that gets generated into the pellets that we use in our product. On the polypropylene side, oh, and let me state, that's about 500 tons a year of recycled carpet that we do use, which is, I think it was a neat fact that I found when I came here. The polypropylene, we do use virgin polypropylene in our product, but what we've started this year is a regrind project where we send any of our scrap parts out or reject parts out to a supplier that then repelletizes and regrinds that material. We're trying it 2 different ways to see how we can incorporate that back in our recipe to keep that out of the landfills. One of our corporate initiatives, very much like everybody else, is carbon neutrality. So we're working very hard on energy efficiency. We were granted an expansion for our building due to the amount of work that we're doing for the automotive industry. So we're doing 3 things. We're changing our oil water waste stream and installing a coalescer as part of the phase 4 expansion in hopes that we can send the water down the sanitary sewer as opposed to paying for it to be recycled, and then actually selling the oil back to a recycler for the BTU value. We do have switched over most of our packaging to returnable dunnages with the automotive industry so that we can reduce the amount of what do I want to say, cardboard kits that we are using, which obviously reduces then our banding and shrink wrap. And then lastly, as part of the energy efficiency project, we are also trying to install much more energy efficient molding machines. We do have 30 of them in the building. As they age out, the ones that we bring in are definitely way more efficient and lowering our energy consumption, which is great. And then finally, as far as what we're doing with the local environment, we're working with the Wildlife Habitat Council to install a 2-acre, I call it bee bird friendly. We're trying to help the bees in the area. We're out here in Northeast Indiana in the middle of my cornfields and helping the bird population. And we're going to build a 2-acre garden out by our new pond that is going to be used for stormwater retention and install native species, things that are very bird and bee friendly. So lots of things to do in the coming year.
Great. Thank you, Allison. Thanks for sharing.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
Yes, we appreciate you being here and sticking with us through the day. Next, we're going to move to Roche Diagnostics and Krista McKenna.
Okay. Hi, I'm not able to start my video, so I'll just go ahead and start speaking.
Okay, we can hear you fine.
Okay. Roche is, mimicking some of the same goals like what AstraZeneca mentioned. We're moving to that CO2 zero. So I think a lot of our campus is going to transform into transitioning to electric equipment. We're also looking at renewable energy, either that we can purchase through IPL and continue that agreement, or look at solar panels at our site. So those are exciting things. The other aspect is that, our site is continuously transforming. So because of the business that we do for diagnostic testing, especially for COVID, we need to expand and have another warehouse. So that will start construction this year. And we're going to demo 2 more buildings. So that will really improve our energy footprint as well, just because we have more energy efficient space that we'll be utilizing.
Thank you, Krista.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Next, we'll go to SRG Global Trim LLC, and I think Zach Dawson is on, should be on screen, or we should be able to hear him shortly.
Well, it's not, I don't know if it'll start my video. Oh,
I can see you.
Good
There
afternoon,
you
everyone. SRG Global is a decorative automotive trim facility. So we produce chrome grills and things like that for vehicles you see every day on the road. But with that, we have a large chemical plating operation and we consume a lot of water. And so the facility's had a pretty heavy focus the last 5 years or so on water reduction. And we've actually gone in 2015 from using 87 million gallons of water that year to 56 million gallons last year. So pretty large improvement by the facility there. And kind of as others have mentioned from a cost standpoint, unfortunately with increases in water costs, we haven't seen necessarily a savings, but more of a offset of cost because of those increases. I think if we had stayed where we were, we probably would have incurred another $300,000 last year in water costs. So still a pretty good impact. Part of what we're looking to focus on now is looking more into energy reduction. We had gone through some lighting and other improvements a couple years back, and so we haven't done a whole lot there recently. And so now we're going to relook at that, look at some of the new technologies and LEDs and things like that to improve lighting. As well as, we use a lot of air compression in the plant and things like that. And so just doing better maintenance to upkeep with leaks and whatnot so that we're not overusing those generators there. And then as well as looking at waste reductions and trying to move to more of a landfill avoidance. We were generally around 90% landfill avoidance, and we've dropped the last couple of years down into the 80s and 70s. And so we're refocusing on that and identifying where we can either substitute some of the components we're using. We use a lot of cardboard to use reusable products, as well as just finding better disposal areas, or instead of disposal, recycle areas.
Okay. Thank you, Zach. Appreciate you coming on screen and sharing what SRG is doing. We appreciate it. Next, we have Derek Stratton with Uniseal.
See me and hear me okay?
We can, and we can see you.
All right. Thanks for putting on everything today. It's gone very well, I think. A little bit about Uniseal. We've been in the Evansville community for roughly about 60 years now, supplying primarily the automotive industry with sealants and adhesive to make the cars more energy efficient, stronger, safer for the consumer. We've had our challenges like everyone else from COVID that's kind of delayed some of our projects we wanted to get out. We had plans to work with Wellsome and Woods Nature Preserve here previous year. We worked to develop a natural playscape for kids to come out. It was basically an all wood organic type playground setup. We had intentions to go back and work more with that project, but COVID kind of delayed that. So we've kind of shifted our focus. We worked with another organization here in town, Keep Evansville Beautiful, to help them with a spot out by the regional airport, clean up, trim, pick up trash. We actually just got that done within the past couple months. We also had a slight delay with, we're starting now to look more outside with what we can do in our supply chain to see what kind of environmental impacts they're having. That will be sent out before the end of the year, and we'll get those results back hopefully by the end of the first quarter to kind of get an idea of where our vendors, contractors, how they view the environment and their impact on the environment, and see where we can, help them out to improve that. We've got exciting things that we didn't necessarily identify with any of our projects. We were I think we're the only company in the state of Indiana to work with Vectren to implement the ISO 50001 ready program, energy management system. So we've started to work on that documentation and with Vectren and Nexant, a representative out of Idaho coming in. So we think that's going to drive some of our projects that we want to get through. With that, we've already identified 13 potential projects that we'll look at implementing over the next 5 years. Anywhere from, LED light changes, which we've, had on the horizon for a while, but been pushed due to capital expenditures and things like that getting mixed. We've got a gamut there that we've got to work with. We've also been able to get some process changes approved by customers that will allow us to ship in bulk containers, use liners, and eliminate solvent waste and labor on our end. It will reduce the recycling stream on our end, but then again, it'll eliminate containers from the system altogether. So we've got some big things coming up on the horizon. It's just the challenges that everyone else has, obviously with COVID, but we were acquired in late 2018 by LG Chemical Corporation. So we're starting now to see really what that big umbrella corporate organization structure is going to look like and what those constraints are going to be and, expectations. So I expect with their global footprint, I see us doing more so than what we'd even planned in the next 5 to 10 years to come in alignment with that.
Great. Thank you. And thanks for your input today, both orally here, verbally, and also in the chat feature. I know you have shared a lot of information as well. So we're glad you're on the ESP team. I know we had to bypass Ricky Rahm Jr., but I believe he was able to share an update from his organization in the chat. So appreciate that. Sorry you were having audio issues, but thank you for sharing that way. And then someone else that we had to bypass earlier, he had another commitment, is Josh Ayers. And I'm not sure if Josh is now back and available, but if so, do you have any updates you'd like to share from Baxter? Okay, he did place in the chat that he had been busy today and in and out of this meeting, but appreciated being a part of it. And I just wanted to give him another opportunity if he was available. Okay.
I also just wanted to call your attention to Kim Brown. She put her
Yes.
update in the chat as well.
Yep, I was just getting ready to say that. So.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're fine. Great. Well, I think that is the listing that we had ahead of time. I don't know if there's anyone that I have omitted. I certainly did not intend to, but if there's anyone that I have omitted, if you want to come off mute and share, just give you a couple seconds to do that in case I failed to call upon someone. Okay, well, great. Well, thank you to everyone that did share, and it looks like we're going to be able to give you part of your day back, but it is truly exciting to see the work that you all are doing to move Indiana forward from an environmental stewardship standpoint, and the work that you're all doing to go above and beyond what is being asked from you from a regulatory standpoint, so thank you. But before I adjourn, I would be severely remiss if I didn't recognize 3 of our wizards behind the curtain today. They are the ones that have organized today's program. They have communicated with each of you in one way, shape, or form, and they're operating the technology in the background. And so I would ask that my 3 colleagues come on a screen, and they know who they are. Jennifer Collins, the manager of our pollution prevention and compliance assistance section. We also have Jean Fix, who coordinates and manages our environmental stewardship program and our Partners for Pollution Prevention, and Kristen Coasters, who is our executive administrative assistant and is all things social media and technology to our group. We could not do this work without her. And so I would just ask that all of you thank them, help me in thanking each of them for the work that they do behind the scenes, and also in the communication that they have with all of you. So thank you, Jennifer, thank you, Jean, and thank you, Kristen, for your work today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. And I did want to call your attention to a couple other questions that were in the chat. So
okay, go ahead.
Answer those.
If I have missed them.
Yeah, I think Rhonda had a question, and she had submitted that to us earlier before this meeting. She would like to know what system or tool everyone is using to help maintain their environmental data. And so if you have a great tool that you're using, can you please put that in the chat to share that with her? We would appreciate that. I know that they're looking for something. And there was one other question. It was related earlier to, sorry, lost it here.
Jennifer, can you hear me?
Yes.
Rhonda had also asked what oil recycler will pay for the used oil from manufacturers.
Mm-hmm.
I reposted that one.
That may have been it, and I think that there's been some great suggestions for the questions on some of the recyclable material and things that folks are struggling with. Of course, we always try to get everyone to move towards pollution prevention or source reduction first, and if you can't do that, then we are wanting to help you find a way to recycle it. So like I said earlier, we really would like to help you get the materials to the right place, and we will be considering that materials marketplace, and in the future I know that's something that you guys used to have in the state, and it just became really unwieldy to manage from items perspective. So I think it would be something nice to have again. We do appreciate your stories and the time that you've taken today to share those with us under these circumstances, and we're glad that you all are healthy and maintaining your programs out there. So thank you for your contributions. I also would like to remind you that Bruno did say he wanted to hear from you on any suggestions that we should be doing. So if you have recommendations, you are the leaders in the state, and I would really encourage you to reach out to Bruno or Julia or myself or anyone in the agency to make your recommendations. And if you're struggling in any area with any of our processes, or if you're struggling with permits, please reach out to us. And we are here to assist you with any of those areas. So please let us know what we can do to help you.
Absolutely. Well, I think we're going to end at this point. Hopefully this has been beneficial for all of you. We appreciate you signing on and being a part of our annual meeting today. We will be sending out a survey, so look for that in your email. Jean Fix will be the custodian of that. And I think that would be a great place, as Jennifer reemphasized, to share with the commissioner anything that you would like to share that we can elevate to him, or you can certainly always reach out to the commissioner. He's very accessible that way. But we look forward to continuing our work with you in 2021. I think everybody's anxious to get to 2021 and to leave this year somewhat in the rearview mirror. But there have been some great things that have come from this global pandemic that has struck our nation and this world. And I think those are the silver lining opportunities that we need to hold on to and figure out how we muster support for those things and move forward. So look for the survey. Wish you all a happy holiday season and a wonderful new year. Enjoy it with your friends and family. Stay safe and healthy, and we will see you soon. Look for more information from our group. We'll keep you informed. Have a great afternoon. Bye-bye.
Stay safe, everyone. Happy holidays.